Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome for the third round of Women's Grand Prix series in Khanty-Mansiysk. So you can see a cross table now. That's a situation in our tournament before round 3. Well, so you can see from a cross table, Hou Yifan is on perfect score with 2 out of 2. And, well, that's already a statement. So she's determined to win this tournament, as we mentioned before. She has to, to become an overall winner. She has no chance to miss a victory in any single leg which is left. So she already committed her mistake, I'd say, in Geneva when she has been one of the last. So, and here we are, few minutes before the start. We can see seconds running at the back of a screen, so I believe it's a countdown of a last minute. And let us speak a bit about the pairings for today's third round. So blonde versus brunette. At our right, it's Anna Oshenina against Alexandra Kostyniuk. So another battle of ex-world champions we have today. Hou Yifan is playing. Hou Yifan is white, our leader, and the world champion as well. Yeah, so Hou Yifan is white against Nana Zagnidze. So we can see an arbiter, Anastasia Sorokina, making a final announcement before the start. And yes, the clocks are running, and we shall see first moves pretty quickly. So I've mentioned Oshenina, and then Hou Yifan against Nana Zagnidze. And Antonetta Stefanova, who does very well till that point with 1.5 out of 2, is black today against Zhao Xu. Anna Muzychuk is white against Katerina Lagno, so principal rivals. They are of same age, and no one should be fooled with Anna's present federation. With Anna's present federation, Slovenian, so Anna is coming from Ukraine, so she played Lagno many times in their youth, and as well at the moment they are top strongest women in the world, so that's going to be, of course, a principal battle. So at our screen, at the right now, it's Tatiana Kosintseva against outsiders so far, but Batshimektiv Tugs of Mongolia. But as has been said, no one should be fooled with Mongolian players' performance, because perhaps she's not looking to win this tournament, but of course she's getting experience, game after game, day after day, and I believe she's going to bring some surprises there. And at the last game remaining is Olga Kiria is white against Nafisa Muminova, and Kiria lost against Lagno yesterday after conducting nice, interesting ideas with his black. His pulse and game, if you remember. But then something went wrong. Olga lost, and now she's back to 50%, and as well 50% Muminova has. And Muminova already proved my words that she's dangerous, and yesterday she scored a win against Zhao Xu. So let's bring some chessboards to the screen, and I'd like to start with Kosintseva's game today. So Tatiana Kosintseva against Batchimek Tuvshin Tugs of Mongolia. So here's Tatiana. Here's Tatiana, and you can see from a camera view, Tatiana looks a bit surprised, because Berlin defense is played, Berlin defense or Berlin wall, if you like. While being a nightmare for white players in man competition, but somehow ladies are not that keen to play in end games, to play this somewhat boring position. But nevertheless, Batchimek chooses Mm, well, this is Berlin defense, so we shall see. So e4, well, okay, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6. Well, nothing to look at so far. Well, Tatiana is thinking, so it might have been a bit of a surprise to her. Well, I guess I have to say a few words about Mongolian players, and while I'm not pretty much familiar with, particularly with Batshim Active Shintuks, but I have to say, just half a year ago, I've discovered, because somehow the country is sort of close in meaning of chess players and everything. So you can rarely see chess players from Mongolia competing abroad, let's say in Europe somewhere. But well, it happened like that. I was playing an open tournament, and well, pairing. When pairing was delivered, okay, I see. I'm playing some Mongolian grandmaster of which I've never heard about, and then checking a database, I understood. Well, not only they have tournaments, but they're quite strong players and somewhat underrated. So, I mean, this 23 something, 2340, I guess, which Batshimek's rating is. I mean, it might not quite display her strength. And, well, we shall see. So far she's not doing very well. It's 0 out of 2, but it might change. And if you would remember the first leg of Women's Grand Prix series in Geneva, she was the one, well, I guess she had a nice overall result, but she was the one to defeat Hou Yifan, by the way. So, Tatiana chooses d2, d3, and, well, once again a standard reaction. d3, bishop c5, and then it's, well, basically a choice between two for white, to play c3 to keep it more like in spirit of some Ray Lopez or perhaps Choco Piano, c2, c3, or to take on c6 and to go for, well, c3 was played actually. Yeah, so the other option was to take on c6 and to play it in spirit of Ray Lopez exchanged, as well, Magnus Carlsen used to do that. So c3. So Tatiana thought was now we can see it wasn't really a big surprise, but just a little bit of hesitation before choosing the continuation. So it's c3, castle, both castled, and then well, here I'm not quite sure what is the move. d6 or if I'm not mixing up things, I guess rook e8 is now played as well. Rook e8, because sometimes Black's gonna try to promote d7, d5 in one move. So castle, and, well, so that's our current position here, and now black is thinking. Well, not a lot I can say about this position so far. Well, normally it's going to be d6 going to be played, and, well, it's a game in spirit of Roy Lopez. Yeah. So, switching to some other games perhaps. So, looks like Mongolian's going to take a bit of a bit of her time to think. So once again, what's going on here? Well, I jumped to the I'm once again back at the beginning. So e4. Well, yeah, we'll have to restore this one. Bishop b5, knight f6. Well, we have a bit of a lag in the transmission today. I don't know what's going on exactly, but well, so it will take me a bit of a time to restore this manually. Bishop c5, c3, right? Both castled, and well, and as I said, yeah, rook e8 in sort of a modern fashion. So instead of playing d7, d6, black just defends this e5. Well, I have to mention that e5 was hanging there. Yeah, so that's perhaps important. So yeah, and rook e8, black defends e5. And then planning to, well, to promote d7, d5 in one move. For instance, knight d2, then black's going to play a6. And once again, a choice for white. White can take on c6, of course. Or if white plays bishop a4, then b5, bishop moves b to b3, for instance, and then d5, and we will have some sort of normal right Lopez position with d3 is nowadays quite a fashionable line. Well, so moving on, I guess. Don't know if our if our cameraman is going to switch to some other games. Yeah, well, a bit of a difficulty with the transmission, and we apologize for that, but it's not our fault. Rook e8. Well, so we are here actually. Yeah, rook e8, bishop g5. Well, so bishop is developed, and yes, this is often this one is the case in right Lopez actually. So you prefer your bishop to be developed on c5, of course. Yeah, somewhat more active compared to e7 position. But once you do that, white quite often plays bishop g5, and this pin is, well, somewhat annoying. So black will have to deal with this in some way. I mean, d5 doesn't look possible. d6 will leave this bishop behind the pawn chain, so this pin will be not easy to release. So what black can try to do is to play h6, but it's rather double-edged, I'd say. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, I mean, I'm pretty much sure it's still a theoretical position, but not sure what black's supposed to do there. Yeah. So, well, let us perhaps switch to some other games, and I don't know which one. Well, let's take a snap look at our leader, Hou Yifan, who is white against Naiditsch. Well, I'm not sure if transmission is going to be restored, but I'll have to, once again, I have to do this manually. Well, just a second. Well, Hou Yifan against Naiditsch. Pardon me. Well, yeah, now the transmission is re-established, so everything's all right. We don't have delays anymore. Well, Yifan against Zaknitze, e4. So first in the first round, if you remember, Hou Yifan played c2, c4, an English opening against Tastyana Kosintseva, but now she's back to her guns. The e4 has been her main move, and as well she won a world championship title with e2, e4. So e4, c5, knight f3, e6. Paulsen or Taimanov Sicilian, a6, and then c2, c4. Well, quite an aggressive and concrete approach, of course. Knight f6, knight c3, and as far as I remember, the critical line has been considered to be bishop b4. Just a second. So bishop b4 has been considered to be a critical line, but somehow in recent practice I think black has problems after this line. So queen g4, knight c3, takes g7, a3 and something like that. Yes, and black is not very comfortable, at least according to my knowledge here. So black simply accepts some sort of hedgehog setup by playing queen c7, bishop e2, b6, castle, bishop b7. Well, so hedgehog, but with a slight difference that black pawn is still on d7. Well, queen d3, an interesting move, I'd say. Well, f3 seems natural, but one should count on, as I said, the pawn is still on d7, so it doesn't restrict the bishop, and one should be, well, might be slightly worried about something like bishop d6. With the point being, white doesn't have knight b5 because the check on, there is check on h2 as well. So bishop d6, so that's why perhaps white didn't play f3. Bishop d6, and then white has to react in some way. The h3 is of course an ugly way to save this pawn. G3, well, still makes white's castle position loose. Of course, there is bishop g3 check. I mean, and well, it's bishop g3, queen g3 check, and it's a minimum at draw, then perhaps maximum as well, as black is undeveloped. But what I mean, after bishop d6, g3 is not even obvious that black has to take on g3. Black may try some nasty h5, for instance. h5, and perhaps h4 is there, sort of a threat. So, well, so it's going to be hard to stop h4, and yes, and well, so the diagonal is not blocked yet, and knight b5 doesn't work because of taking the horse and then giving this check. So that's why, of course, f3 wasn't played, queen d3. But then in case of, in case of knight c6, for instance, white will have to decide what to do with this knight. So black's position looks quite comfortable for a moment. So queen d3. So still, black just can, okay, apart from knight c6, which I already mentioned, so I mean knight c6 and possibly knight e5, or changing a pair of knights, then developing bishop to c5. But as well, well, a real, I'd say, real hedgehog setup is available for black. So, well, after queen d3, something like, well, knight c6 was played, but the alternative has been d6, knight d7, and still black is quite solid. And apart from that, this queen d3 is not really a move according to plan for white. So white would have to spend some more time relocating the queen. Well, perhaps queen h3 would have been the move then, with some intentions to sacrifice on e6. Let's say in case of knight e4, bishop e4, so black takes the pawn, but then knight e6 follows, and well, not really though. No, I mean I thought it's a check, but queen e7, so it's not over yet. Well, anyway, never happened. So knight c6. Then black, white really has to react somehow on this move, because black is not only black wants to swap the knights on d4, but well, knight e5 might be black's idea. Knight e5 and possibly capturing c4 pawn. So it's really a principal moment if white can play something like bishop e3, but probably he cannot. Yeah, knight e5, and how to react there. Knight e5, yeah, queen is attacked and c4 is hanging, and what's more important, knight g4 is the threat. So perhaps white could be able to sacrifice c4, so I'd say queen d2, and well, knight c4, bishop c4, queen c4, and some rook c1 is not entirely clear, but in this particular case, black can take e4. Well, I don't see much for a pawn for white, and what might be even more annoying, black can try to play knight g4, so attacking not only h2 but a very important bishop, and here I'm not quite sure what happens. Well, there is bishop f4, e5, bishop g3. Yeah, this one is less clear, so probably in this case black should take on e4. So bishop e3 is not the move, you would say. There is no point in moving the knight. There is no point in moving the knight from d4. So what white can do is, yeah, and white cannot really prevent knight e5. Oh, perhaps if white develops this bishop to some other square, like bishop g5, so knight e5 maybe is not such an annoying threat per se, because after queen g3, black cannot really take on c4. If black takes e4, so some pins, I mean, maybe it might be a bit annoying. But after bishop g5, black just plays bishop e7, and keeping all the threats on, and well, all this setup with queen on d3, bishop on g5 seems a bit awkward, I'd say. So, well, this bishop, I'm not sure if it does much on g5, I mean, apart from, well, taking on f6, which is not the case here. Not a lot of prospects. So, I suspect white just has to take on c6. And then it's going to be a question asked for black, what you gonna do with your structure then? Because, well, c6, which sort of makes the structure symmetrical, but might be not that great idea. Just wonder how white should execute it in the most comfortable way. I mean, somehow those pawns on a6, b6, c6, somehow it looks a bit loose. So just a question how to execute it properly. Although maybe there is no way. So if only white would be able to get e5. Yeah, knight c6 has been taken. If only white would have been able to play e5 here, it would certainly be an achievement. But well, not easy. So knight c6, knight takes c6, and then black is thinking. So d6 is one of the options, but as well, if I may say so, more Sicilian looks to take with the piece. I'm not sure with which one though. If bishop takes c6, then one day black may run under some knight d5 jumps. after bishop e3, let's say, and putting one of the rooks to c1. But still, for a hedgehog type of position, it's, well, rather interesting observation. White has a room advantage in all those hedgehogs, but it's actually black who has that. Well, the normal rule is, of course, okay, you have lack of space, you have to trade pieces, but in hedgehog, black's position is normally very flexible, and he just has enough room for all the pieces. And it's actually black who normally avoids exchanging pieces in hedgehog, because, well, as long as you keep all the pieces on the board, you're always looking for a counterplay with b5, d5, something like that. But if you trade a couple of light pieces, so those counter strikes in the center are of no importance anymore, and basically you might be just left with all those weaknesses on d6, b6, and etc. So this one is maybe, but still looks, it's not exactly hedgehog, so this bishop is still might be developed somewhere. So it's highly possible this one is acceptable for black. So black may just think about playing bishop c5, for instance. So I'm not quite sure how this one going to develop. Knight c6. Then, well, few more words about Hou Yifan, and well, I guess if she continues to play like that, as she did in the first 2 rounds, okay, it's, well, perhaps their position wasn't that strong, but anyway, her display was, well, quite convincing, and if she continues to play like that, I'm not sure if anyone can stop her there. So it might be just total domination, you know, like winning a tournament with 2 points ahead, 3 points ahead, who knows. So, well, when player of her caliber hits her big time, I mean, it's pretty hard to stop. Well, I'm remembering Hampi Conero winning a previous Grand Prix series in Ankara, the final leg of a previous Grand Prix series, with tremendous score, like +7 or something. So switching further, and let us check then the games of pursuiters of Hou Yifan. I start with Anna Muzychuk, who is white against Katerina Lagno. So Anna Muzychuk with Katerina Lagno, and well, from what I see there, it's a bit of a modest choice from Anna. e4, c5, knight f3. Well, perhaps already c5 could have been surprise to Anna, as well, Katerina is known to play pierced defense, but well, c5 of course, and knight of variation of course you have to play nowadays from time to time. So knight f3, d6. Muzychuk has chosen bishop b5 check. If I'm not mistaken, she plays this. She plays bishop b5, perhaps just as often as a main Sicilian with d4. So bishop b5, bishop d7, takes, castle, knight f6, e5. Once again, not the most challenging setup for white, but just a little bit of pressure white is looking for. So d2, d3, and well, white might be not really better, but just a teeny weeny bit of pressure, and this is what Anna is looking for. So normally, if you know her well, as I used to do, as I said, I've been her trainer for a couple of Grand Prix legs, and that's exactly what she's looking for. That safe position and a little bit more of a strategical background to play for a win, and that's normally just enough. So she builds the slightest pressure up to the winning of the game. So well, the techniques has been always her strong side. So well, what's going on here? So basically, the whole strategical thing, I'd say, about this position is well, the structure is not impressive for white, I'd say. So it's actually black who has more space, but this knight on e5, that's the only piece that actually works, right? And the only background, let's say strategical background to build up the white's position. So it restricts black knight from deprives black knight from a natural c6 square. So in this structure, black would be happy to bring this knight to d4, of course. Knight c6, knight d4. But I mean, no one's going to let you to play knight d4. But after knight c6, if there wouldn't be knight on e5, white would have to react in some way. Because knight d4 would have been really annoying. White would have to play c2, c3, and then d3 is going to be a bit weak. So this knight on e5 at the moment secures white's from knight c6 coming. So knight c6 will be not the best idea, because after exchange on c6, black's pawn structure is going to be damaged. So, and slowly but surely, white's going to try to keep this knight on e5 as long as possible. So if black develops in some not very much challenging way by just bishop e7 trying to get an equality with simple means, bishop e7, castle, knight d7. So white might continue with something like knight d2, or I'm not sure, perhaps even a4, castle, knight a3, something like that. So this knight is going to c4, bishop's going to be developed to f4, or b3, bishop b2, also possible, rook to e1. So just, you know, nice looking position, and an easy game, I'd say. So Anna is on her walk, so that means she's so far pretty much satisfied. And well, you can see from a situation on the clock. Well, actually, bishop e7 has been played. Yeah, from situation on the clock, it took some minutes for Rana to decide on this one. So as I said, perhaps she wasn't expecting the Sicilian. And here we have Antonetta Stefanova at the right of our TV screen. So let's check. So she's doing very well in the tournament so far, with 1.5 out of 2. She hasn't been very much successful in a Grand Prix legs. So let's check what Stefanova is doing. She's black today against Xiaoxu. Slav defense has been played. d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6. Well, queen b3. Well, and I have to say, well, they've been in recent fashion, some 2-3 years ago. Perhaps connected with a crisis in the main lines in the Meran variation, for instance. So white switched to various anti-Meran Slav ideas, and well, e3 has been very much popular in recent years, and also both queen c2 and queen b3. But well, after queen b3, black is still okay by taking on c4, but e6 seems as well very solid move. The point of his e6 being, so that will just shortly I'll explain the difference. So in case of queen c2, oh well, just a second. In case of queen c2, e6 is not fully recommended, although it's still fine, but somehow you're letting white to get some additional options. So white may continue with knight bd2, bishop e7, I'd say, and then g3, switching to Catalan, in which queen on c2 is just at its place. But here, after queen b3, e6, queen for Catalan setups, I mean, still it looks like white can play knight d2 or just g2, g3 at once. But for Catalan setups, white would plan to develop this bishop from c1 on b2, and therefore to play b2, b3. But here you have already queen on b3, so it pretty much restricts white's options and basically doesn't bring any advantage. I mean, to try to switch to Catalan. So bishop g5 has been played, keeping it in spirit of queen's gambit declined, but once again, so defining the position of a queen on b3 so early at such an early stage in queen's gambit doesn't seem to bring any advantage. Though I'm not quite sure if dc4 is the best reaction, but one of the most common. Queen c4, b5. Queen goes back to c2, supports e2, e4. Stefanova played bishop b7 and then e4. Well, I'm not quite sure if black is doing everything right. By the way, I'm not quite sure if black does everything right. So e6, bishop g5. Let me understand what's going on. Well, I think knight. Perhaps they play knight d7 first. Yeah, this is what I'm... well, if black plays knight d7, then after knight c3, dc4, queen c4, you cannot play b5. Yeah, that's right. That's the difference. So bishop g5. If bishop e7, perhaps bishop e7 would have been sort of more precise. Because I remember something with queen being... white queen being on d3, not c2, so the square on c2 is probably the most comfortable. So here b5 and queen has to retreat on d3, which is, well, not the best square, surely. Perhaps not immediately, but one of the days, let's say, the queen has to spend one more tempo, it's going to be chased away. So dc4, queen c4, b5, bishop b7, e4. Well, I will have to mention another tricky line here. The queen a5 check exists in this position. So escaping this spin with a tempo, and then on knight c3, black would play knight e4, and on bishop d2, there is queen b6. So anyway, dc4, queen c4, so Stefanova has something of her own on her mind. b5, e4, knight d7. And, well, knight d7 allows e5 in the spirit of Botvinnik variation. But here it's not really obligatory for black to go for all those complications. So h6 and... yeah, if bishop h4, black has check on a5. So that's the difference compared to Botvinnik's love. Yes, the knight is not yet on c3. So black has this check, then knight will retreat to d5. So e5 is just a little bit of too much. So perhaps white's just going to continue development by knight d2 or bishop e2. Not sure. Well, knight d2 has been played. And here I'm pretty much sure black's going to be looking for c6, c5 break. Just a question what to do with this pin here. Well, black would be happy to retreat the queen there on b6, just to escape this pin. But here a4 seems to be a bit annoying. a4 and sometimes planning a4, a5, but mostly just preventing black from promoting c6, c5 here. So b5 is always going to be hanging, and it's sort of problematic for black to come up with c6, c5. So still, it's an opening stage. It's too early to speak about what's going on in this game, but I don't expect Stefanova to equalize, let's say, comfortably. So she will have to work to get even chances here. Although position is still pretty much complicated, of course, and no one knows what's gonna happen. Then moving further, and this time a battle of ex-world champions, as we said. Ex-world champions, Anna Ushenina versus Alexandra Kostyniuk. So switching there. Yeah, And well, here we have already 15 moves played, so a bit of a theory. So d4, well, and a nice psychological duel already on the first moves here. Well, just a second, starting from the very beginning. d4, knight f6, c4, e6. So, well, an invitation to escape from, well, to deviate from from the Nimzo. So black is sort of threatening to play Nimzo defense, but as we saw, it's on Olshenina's repertoire. She's not hesitating to play knight c3, and then it's Kostyniuk actually who changes her mind. She's, well, on this move order, one may think that, okay, black is going for a Nimzo, but no, d5. So Queen's Gambit declined. Bishop g5, bishop e7, e3, castle, knight f3, h6, bishop h4. The Lasker variation starting with knight e4 has been White's nightmare a couple of years ago during the candidates in Kazan, candidates matches. But okay, ladies are not playing chess in such a boring fashion, so instead black plays b6, opting for... well, actually, I'm not quite sure about the name of this variation. It's in Russian, I'd say it's three names. So it's Tartakova, Makogonov, and Bondarevsky, all those three. Well, h6, b6, let's call it like that. So bishop e2. Well, I remember Dmitry Andreikin played this one against Kramnik during their World Cup final match. So h6, b6. And well, has a reputation of quite a solid line. So dc4, bishop c4. Not sure if bishop e2 is the most challenging, by the way, because this way, I mean, White is sort of losing a tempo. So this bishop e2, this move simply disappears because it doesn't matter from which square exactly you're taking the pawn. So bishop c4, bishop b7, castle, knight bd7, and well, it's quite logical. Black's gonna look for c7, c5 later. Queen e2, a6, fd1, b5, and queen e8. So queen e8, moving the queen away from an opposition with White's rook. And well, black is now ready to play c7, c5 to equalize completely. So White comes up with actions on a queen side, a4, b4, knight b1, and after c5, knight bd2 follows. So, well, black has almost equalized, I'd say, but still this loose position of black's queenside pawns still leaves White some hope to get slight initiative. So that's a key moment right now. So if black takes on d4, I'm wondering which piece White is going to take with. I mean piece or pawn. So yeah, and cd4 was just played. So if knight d4, well, White keeps the structure safe and sound, and everything's okay. But at the same time, it switches to quite a symmetrical position. So I'm not quite sure if this black's little loose position in the queen side, it will be enough for White to claim an advantage. I'm not quite sure about that. So, and the other option, of course, is to take with the pawn, and in this case, well, an isolated pawn position arises. So, perhaps with some, well, and Olshenina takes with the pawn. So White's setup might involve a4, a5 later on, placing the knight to c4, let's say, or b3 sometimes, even b3 and c5. Yes. So as long as all the pieces are on the board, this d4 isolated pawn is not really weak. So, well, just probably the proper way to handle this position, because after knight d4 is not really much white can hope on. So e d4, and okay, black would like to play something like knight d5 to swap tuck squared bishops. But particularly in this position, I'm not quite sure if this move exists at all, because white, apart from bishop g3, which is a natural reaction, so avoiding an exchange and also keeping f4 square. Apart from bishop g3, there is tricky queen e4 move. So queen e4, and black cannot really play knight f6 because of bishop f6, and black cannot recapture with the knight, because b7 bishop is going to be hanging. Black cannot play f5 because of a check on e6. So g6 seems to be the only move here, and well, while perhaps it's nothing really bad about g6, but still loosens a bit more, loosens black's king side position, and normally you'd like to avoid moving pawns around your king. So knight d5 at once might be not the best idea. But how to progress with black after e d4? Well, perhaps the same idea could be executed in a bit different way. So knight h5, yeah, that looks much better actually. This looks much better. So d5 is kept under control, no queen e4, and okay, black is still looking to exchange those bishops. And it's up to white, and okay, if white takes e7, then black's position looks actually quite comfortable. Yeah, queen now has got a nice post here on e7, then possibly d6, f6. I don't know. Well, knight f4 is threatening, and well, in this structure, it's black who is going to look for simplifications, I'd say. So to exchange a couple of pieces. So knight h5 seems to be just a nice little move to fight for equality. And what white can do is surprisingly to play bishop g3. Well, perhaps everyone has been taught that bishop is stronger than knight, but in this particular case, this bishop on e7 fails to find a job so far. So after, say, knight g3, h3, so this bishop is, well, at the moment he's not the one you should be proud with. So, and the main plane is going to go on a light squares here. So perhaps this exchange favors white. Still, black should be okay, of course, on some bishop f6 and position like that. But if we speak about white's reaction on knight h5, which is still not played, but quite probable, so might be the move for black, then my pick would be bishop g3. I mean, somehow to keep the position more complex, I'd say. So strategical tasks are much more undefined after bishop g3. So still the conflict is on. Okay, let's leave Alexandra to think about this position for a little bit and try to check the last game remaining. So we're going to check this one and then we'll come for a break. So the last game remaining out of today's round, we didn't cover it so far. Olga Gira against Nafisa Muminova, with Olga Gira, the local player, being white. So once again, some tricky move orders here. d4, e6. So an invitation to switch to French defense, but Olga is persistent. Knight f3, knight f6, c4. d5, knight c3, bishop e7. Once again, classical, or as they used to say, an opening of a world champions. Queen's Gambit declined. And this time, white plays a bit different line with bishop f4 once again, quite popular recently. Castle e3, knight b d7, and black went for white went for c5, c6, which is, I guess, usual black's reaction. Bishop d3, b6. Well, and here I'm not quite sure. I think normally they start with knight h5, because this bishop is really important. This bishop on f4 is really important. So after b6, b4, a5, a3. Not sure if in this position black can play knight h5. Not quite sure about that. But still, it could have been the case, because what black has done, bishop b7, castle queen c8, the white played a little nice prophylactical move h2, h3, and after that black's gonna find it hard to change this bishop. So knight h5, white always has bishop h2 hiding the bit, and bishop is of course of great importance. I mean, all this diagonal, those squares on b8, I mean, it's very important here. So h6, and what happens next? White has played queen c2, right? So queen c2, and well, I'm not sure why Muminova is so fast, because this position doesn't look like a preparation here. I'm not quite sure if she prepared all this. Bishop a6. Yeah, as long as bishop a6 cannot be answered with b4, b5, it is just a good move. So let me understand if b5 is not possible. No, not really. So, I mean, b5, cb5, c6. Okay, queen takes c6, and no knight d5, no nothing, right? Knight d5, simply queen takes d5, and black still has a square for her queen on b7. So e4, well, and h5 as well. Yeah, so queen is not trapped, both queen h5 or queen b7. So bishop a6, white simply takes on a6. Rook takes a6. And well, this way black looks, well, yes. Rook a6, this way black looks actually very solid. Rook a b1, playing very fast. Rook a b1, now possibly after the other rook to c1, so rook fc1, white's gonna look for b4, b5 break. And well, what black normally does here, black changes on b4. Perhaps black just can change at once, and then closes the position with b5. So it will be hard for white to challenge black on an a file here. Well, and still it's not that simple, as white has got significant room advantage, and well, a typical e5, e6, e5 break is pretty hard to handle in this position. I don't really see the way black's going to promote e6, e5. So still, while white's going to, and one more factor. So a possession of a file is not really significant bonus for black. Black has practically no targets on a file, so just white has to be a bit careful, but no penetration squares. Let's say rook may jump to a3, but still nothing, well, not much to do there. So white's gotta try to make a progress on king's side somehow. But not sure if she can do this, but that's what White's plan involves. Moving the bishop, perhaps. Yeah, AB4 was just played. So as I said, it's quite a logical plan. AB4, I expect White to take back with the pawn, of course. No doubt about it. And well, and the point to close a B file, because if Black decides to open two files here, then B file opens in White's favor. So B file opens in White's favor, surely. Because once again, this bishop is very important. So bishop controls diagonal, controls B8 square, and at the same time, if you compare, so well, Black C6 is, well, maybe hard to believe, but it's weak. Sooner or later, White's ideas to play for win are actually connected with attacking and possibly winning C6 pawn. Well, so if you compare the position after BC5 or B5, of course in this case C6 is still just a little bit weak, but at the present moment it's hard to imagine White getting to this C6 pawn. By the way, Muminova found the third option, how to play this position. So she played Queen B7, but I guess it's just a delay of the same idea of playing B6, B5. Perhaps it's a wise policy. As long as you can keep the tension, just keep it, because B5 somehow will untie White's hands, and White can proceed. I mean, the position on the queen side going to be already determined, and White can proceed to her plan plan of a break in the center. So Queen B7 is, well, keeps tension for a little bit more, but it might have drawbacks as well. Because if Black is not cautious enough, some B5 breaks might be the case. Immediately B5 doesn't look to be too dangerous. Let's say Black just takes. C6 once again doesn't work. Simply Queen takes C6, and I try to use this pin after Rook B5. Also doesn't seem to be serious. Queen C6, and well, it's actually White who may have some problems. So all in all, an really interesting position, but I'm not quite sure if White really has much. Gira spends a lot of time here. So well, so I believe an opening stage is more or less over. So the next few minutes they're going to try to determine which plan exactly to choose and something like that. So we may have a break to up to 5 minutes, then come back for a second hour of play. So I'm leaving you now and coming back in 5 minutes.
In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under 18 and Under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Jermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions. In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news: there is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driving ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Langepas, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty-Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and kind Olga turning into a merciless opponent over the board. The Chinese prodigy Hou Yifan made the headlines with dozens of different occasions. Her incredible It was a twist of fate. The Chinese prodigy Hou Yifan made the headlines with dozens of different occasions. Her incredible potential being discovered back in 1997 when she was only 3. Yifan's father remarked the fascination his daughter displayed towards a chess set made of glass, and it was not long after the headstone has been set. In just a few weeks' time, the little girl started to defeat her father, and by the age of 9, the chief coach of the Chinese national teams, Ye Jianquan, recognized in her an exceptional genius. To meet her family and trainers' expectations, Yifan started to break one record after another. At the age of 12, she became the youngest player ever to participate in the FIDE Women World Championship in 2006. And in the Chess Olympiad in Torino. Remarkable is her jump in just 2 months' time. Between April and July 2006 FIDE rating lists, she made an impressive leap of 190 rating points, moving from 2298 to 2488. In 2007, she was China's youngest national women champion, and by the age of 14, she was already the youngest female grandmaster ever. But the highlight came in 2010, as Hou Yifan became the youngest, again, women world chess champion in history, by winning the title in Turkey at the age of 16. By the age of 18, Yifan accomplished enough to fill in many other players' CVs taken together. In the World Women's Championship 2012, held by knockout system in Khanty-Mansiysk, Hou Yifan lost her champion's title. However, as the winner of Grand Prix 2011-2012, she got a right to play a match with the new champion Annu Shenina. She won the match held in China in 7 games with 5.5 on 1.5 score and regained her title. And yet, the question remains whether the current women world champion will surpass Judith Polgar too, establishing her name on the men list, just like Polgar. Perhaps this day is not far away, as the Chinese proved in several occasions that many top grandmasters learned the hard way to fear her. It was a twist of fate that enriched the chess scenes with one of the biggest Russian and worldwide talents. On the way back home from dance classes, Tatiana and her sister Nadezhda were lured inside the chess club's 4 walls. Everyone knows what happened next. The two Kasintsevas became inseparable ever since, heading straight to the top of the tree, seizing left and right titles, prizes, medals, glory. With full steam ahead, Tatiana soon became a fearsome competitor at the top level of junior chess, winning the gold medal in the Under-10 European Championship in 1996. Her resounding performance few years later, when Tatiana won the Russian Women's Championship in 2002, promoted her to the Russian Olympic team, where she was far from disappointing her captain, scoring an incredible 11 out of 12 in 2002 Olympiad. Since then, she became one of the key weapons of the Russians in the following 5 Olympiads, especially in 2010, when she helped her team to victory, producing a gold medal on her top board as well. But the best results in her panoply must be considered the 2 triumphs in the European Women's Championships in 2007 and 2009, as well as the victory in the 2010 Grand Prix in Naiditsch, which pushed her up to a remarkable 2581 rating peak. In spite of playing less than before and of some drawbacks in her career, Tatiana is undoubtedly going to strike back, and few would be surprised if she will achieve even greater results in the near future. The main question is not what Alexandra did accomplish over the years, but rather what she didn't. More than just a successful chess player, the Russian grandmaster reaped the chess world's laurels, getting the utmost out of it. She is the proud owner of the bottomless bag of medals, a renowned chess author, podcaster, blogger, educator, and last but not the least, a mother too. Alexandra's haul of trophies includes first place in the Women's European Championship in 2004, in the Russian Superfinal 2005, in the Sport Accord Mind Games 2011, and she is also the first world champion in Fischer Random Chess. There is no surprise she is a constant presence in the Russian national team since 2002, where she pushed her troop to 3 times gold in the European Team Championship 2007, 2009, 2011, and in the Chess Olympiads in 2010 and 2012. But the peak achievement of Alexandra's career is unquestionably the Women's World Crown and the 12th Women's World Champion title, which she claimed in her native country, in Naiditsch, in 2008. Professional not only on the chessboard, the chess queen doesn't need to bring additional evidence that she truly deserves her title in the kingdom she has built together with her husband, Diego Garces. Very active in online social networks, her pages on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook have more chess fans than many other VIPs could only dream of. A champion for peace in the international organization Peace for Sport and the restless chess promoter, Alexandra became a true chess ambassador before even turning 30.
Welcome back for a live coverage of the third round. So, Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. So once again, round number 3, and well, the situation we already spoke about. It's a little bit surprising to see a sole leader of the first round, and well, but this time it's no surprise. It's a world champion taking part in our tournament. So Hou Yifan is in the lead. Well, meanwhile, I would like to return to this the game between Tatiana Kosintseva and Muzychuk of Shintugs. And during this break, I was really amazed by the fact that Muzychuk, as I said it before, so she's not very well known to the general public, but that the fact that she has been, so she had a golden hat trick once in Mongolian Championship, winning in all 3 disciplines, blitz, rapid, and classical chess, and that's pretty a bit of a, I'd say, well, a pretty fascinating result. Well, H3, the last move from Tatiana Kosintseva, so stepping a little bit back just to see what happened. So bishop G5, as I said, to annoy black a little bit. Was this pin. H6, bishop H4, A6, and then Tatiana decided to take on C6. Not quite sure if white couldn't keep this bishop on the board by just playing bishop A4, but anyway, this is possible, of course. So taking C6 and H3. DC6, white's DC6, by the way. I thought BC6 might be an option, but then perhaps white would have continued with D4. So this is what I think. Yeah, D4. Well, possibly it was still acceptable. I'm not quite sure. D4. Well, okay, it's another story. DC6, and then the main difference compared to taking on C6 on move 5, which I mentioned, which is the favorite move of Magnus Carlsen. So here white can take on C6, and after DC6 in this position, white is not playing C3, but instead trying to build the pressure on E5 and look for E4 for F4. So white's position is flexible and no targets, I'd say. But in our game, when the pawn is already on C3, so this T3 pawn is a little bit weak. So what white's gonna be looking for is D3, D4 promotion sooner or later. Because otherwise, white's gonna find it hard to deal with this weakness on D3. So H2, H3, prophylactical move, avoiding bishop G4, the pin, and as well, perhaps one day bishop may go to H2, like bishop G3, bishop H2, if black is going to play G5, knight H5. So the position is a bit simplified, I'd say, and in particular not a lot of pawn moves. I'd say so. The only positive idea for white is to promote T3, D4. So, well, F2, F4 I don't really believe. I mean, it's not really realistic. White will have to move the king, play knight to H2, and even after that, I mean, F4 is not likely. So white's gonna be, it's clear white's gonna be looking for D3, D4. Well, so far not so clear what to play for black. I mean, bishop has to be developed, right? But Bishop d7 is not really a development, and bishop e6 drops the pawn on e5. Bishop e6 drops the pawn on e5, so, by the way, maybe it's still possible, I'm not sure. But doesn't seem to be likely. Knight e5, and I thought about taking h3 here, which might be the case. I mean, the rising position will be quite complex as well. First of all, well, white has alternatives right there. So, I can name. Well, knight c6, I'm not quite sure if it's serious, but possibly yes. Yeah, knight c6, for instance, takes and takes h3. So, well, somewhat weakened position of the king, but maybe this is not enough. Yeah, king will go to g2 and an extra pawn for white. So, yeah, bishop e6 is just not the greatest idea ever. So h3, so it looks like black has to do something about this e5 pawn. And, of course, if black plays bishop d6, then d3 is not hanging anymore, and apart from other options, white's gonna have knight bd2 at least. So bishop d6, while might be the move, but somehow doesn't appeal to me too much. What else? Queen d6. Queen d6 doesn't seem to be possible because of d4 and e5 later. The radical measures, like g5, are on, of course, but after bishop g3, once again, the pawn on e5 is hanging, and, well, it's somewhat unpleasant for black to defend this pawn. Well, bishop d6 here, perhaps this is possible. But still, knight goes to d2. Heading to c4 here. And, well, perhaps the whole position is going to be judged by the results of this line, for instance, knight h5. If black can play knight h5 and settle the knight on f4, he has to be fine. But after knight h5, black has to be... Well, bishop d6 actually was just played. Without g5, so bishop d6 immediately. Yeah, nice point. Yeah, bishop d6 on knight d2. You can still play g5 if you want. Yeah, that's right. Well, don't see much of an options apart from knight d2. Well, d4. How about d4? Is it a possibility to play d4? Well, not really. So takes. Yeah, no compensation for the pawn. So I mean, white can take with the queen, but somehow I don't believe it really. No. There's everything. There is g5 and yeah. So knight d2 seems natural. Seems just a natural move. So knight d2, and then once again it's perhaps bishop e6. No, bishop e6. Now it's g5. Now it's d4 and e5. So bishop e6 is not possible. So after knight d2, black will once again have to find which move exactly to make. Because, well, an arrival of white's knight or c4 will be quite annoying. Not only pressurizing e5, but also transferring knight to e3. Well, b5 might be played, but looks like a bit of a confession here. So once again, d4 should be tried probably. Although I'm not sure. Yeah, d4, black just takes on d4. Once again, e5 is probably not very dangerous, and black is gonna be looking for g7, g5. I mean, in the case of cd4, g5 is black's reaction, and well, it turns to be rather complicated, all this position. The bishop g3 is not good, so white is practically forced to play e5. Then g takes h4. White takes d6, queen d6. Yeah, black seems to be more than fine here. So black's gonna move the king, play rook to g8, and it's actually black who's going to have attacking chances. Well, so bishop d6, and Khanty-Mansiysk, I thinking, looking for alternatives. And meanwhile, let us switch to the game of our leader, Hou Yifan against Naiditsch, because I believe it developed pretty much since we last saw it. Well, Hou Yifan is white against Naiditsch. So we've seen this one, knight c6, and well, I said it's more Sicilian would have been to take with the bishop, but probably to take with the pawn should be alright as well. f2, f4. Straightforward reaction. The white is looking for e5. Well, and to be honest, I'm not quite sure if oh well, sorry, I jumped till the end of the line. So f4, not quite sure what black had to do there. I mean, e5 doesn't seem to work fine. I mean, okay, so ideal case would have been to play e5 here, but white possibly takes this one, plays bishop f4, moves the queen to g3. Yes, eventually playing e5. Yeah, black's problem is actually once again, I mean, the position of this bishop. So black would like to have a c5 square available for her pieces, but at the same time black needs c6, c5 in almost in every case to make this bishop work. So a sort of conflict between those two factors is actually a source of black's problems. So f4, so black decided to go for bishop c5, but this way this bishop stays on b7. Quite passive. So king b1, castle, e5, rook a d8 intermediate, queen h3, knight d7, and knight e4. And now, well, it already looks suspicious for black, this one. Because, as I've mentioned, so bishop on b7 stays passive, and, well, white may look for some kingside attack rather quickly. So, well, bishop e7 seems natural. I don't know what Zagnice is thinking about. Okay, it's not that black is too worried about the destiny of this bishop on c5. So if white's gonna take on c5, maybe black is just alright by just taking back. Well, the point is that black really needs c6, c5 promotion to make the other bishop work, and white is not going to be too hasty with taking on c5, and to move this bishop to d4 will allow white to land on d6 with the knight. So bishop e7 seems to be just a move to play, possibly promoting c6, c5 later. White may try bishop t3, creating some threats against black's king. Well, and then it's a question. Yeah, somehow it looks like white has got some slight pressure. Maybe not as slight as it seems. So, not sure if black has to... Yeah, looks like black has to react in some way. So g6, but g6 of course creates some weaknesses here around black's king. So, I mean, even if black manages to conduct the plan I've mentioned, so to play c5, still this position after rook a d1 is somewhat I mean, somewhat problematic for black. So this time, okay, bishop works fine, but this horse now has no prospects. If you try to transfer this knight to c6, well, it takes defense from f6 squares, and knight may land to f6. So, well, I'd say black is not that comfortable here. Still solid though, but well, if we speak in terms of equalizing with black, so it's not exactly the case. Knight e4. Well, the other one, perhaps black can try. I mean, bishop d4. Well, where knight e6 is maybe not that dangerous for black. So bishop, I don't know if bishop has to move, or maybe black just can play c5 at once, giving away this bishop. So bishop on d4 is of course nicely placed, but perhaps better idea for white would be not to play this knight to d6, but redirect it somewhere else. I'm just thinking about knight g5. So this way white provokes some weaknesses, h6, and then knight f3. And when the bishop returns, I assume this bishop has to return, then white will be looking for some sharp continuations like f5, and if ef5 then taking h6, and if knight e5, well, perhaps. So white may sacrifice a pawn or two as long as this bishop is still locked on b7, so perhaps something like f6 might be fairly dangerous for black. Well, I'm not quite sure if black holds in this particular position. So it's really a tough choice for black. So bishop e7 is solid but rather passive, and something else like bishop d4 might be just too dangerous. And I don't really see the way to activate this bishop apart from removing bishop from c5 and playing c6, c5. So I'd say, well, maybe black has to play some half move like rook f e8 and to wait for white. What's white's going to play? But then in case of bishop t3, for instance, once again black faces an unpleasant task to decide what to do, because now knight c5 is the threat, and okay, so I mean h7 is sort of hanging. G6 looks ugly. I mean, there's too many light square weaknesses, dark square weaknesses. Yeah, rook f8 is certainly not the move to be played. So far looks a perfect scenario for a world champ. The 2 out of 2, and well, already some pressure with white. And as I said, if she continues to do like that, it might be not only a win in a tournament, but another tremendous result, which we used to see a couple of years ago when she was winning strongest men's tournaments, like shared first in Gibraltar Open is the one I can remember, with 27 guys being playing there, and shared first with fantastic display of something like 8.5 out of 10 games, and only a loss on a tiebreak to Nigel Short might have been an upset for her. So knight e4, and well, though I thought what black can try to do is, well, still play bishop e7, and on bishop d3, well, g6, bishop e3, and well, it's a question if black can play knight c5. I just thought, that's no, not really. Knight c5, I guess white is just winning. I mean, even if white simply takes, it's not a big fun to play this position with black, because this bishop on b7 going to be just dead. I mean, if in case of bishop c5, for instance, pawn takes c5, it's rather depressing. but knight c5 looks like it loses immediately after knight f6, so black has nothing to do but to take. Well, maybe in this case black is still alive. No, I thought queen h6 is arriving here, but maybe black can play h5. Although still looks rather dangerous, and especially if white simply takes. I mean, no, this one you cannot seriously consider to be a playable position. There's, well, the bishop is, as I said, it's simply dead on b7, and also the king's position looks terrible, so it's definitely not the way to play. So that means something went wrong for Dzognidzhe earlier. Well, and while knight c6 seems to be a normal move, but maybe already dc6 is not the correct move to play. Or after f4, perhaps this bishop c5 check, this tempting check, was in fact a loss of a tempo, as in this position we are discussing now, the only moves I'm looking at are actually moves with this bishop, so it wasn't really a win of a tempo then. It's still possible to play something like h6, just preventing knight's jumps, but still it's a bit unpleasant, I'd say. Well, it's a question how to play for white here. I'm not sure if this one is, I mean, bishop e3, the modest measures, let's say, if it's enough. I mean, if black takes, white takes, and white's gonna have a square on d6, but it's a question if it's enough. To c5, now possibly black will be happy to take on e4 just to eliminate this knight, so knight has to land on d6. Then maybe that's the way to play for black after all. I mean, although it's clear it's not going to be equal anytime soon, but maybe this way black at least can fight. So bishop c6 and looking for f7, f6, but still it's fairly unpleasant. So already after knight e4 I can say white has a significant advantage, so that's my conclusion going to be. So moving further, this time to Muzychuk versus Lagno. So Anna Muzychuk versus Katerina Lagno. Here is the position. Yeah, we've seen this one, right? So queen f3, e6, d3, and as I said, black is somewhat deprived from the normal development. Bishop e7. Well, Anna plays it her own way, developing the knight on c3. I thought the knight's gonna go to a3, c4 or d2, c4, supporting this knight on e5, but she's decided she will have her knight on c3, and well, that's possible, of course. Castle, bishop g5. This way, black cannot play knight fd7, but knight d5 is possible. So black plays knight d5, and white went for h2, h4. And after Lagno's knight c6, yeah, so h4, that needs a bit of explanation, I guess. So f6 is not really winning the piece, but instead loses. So knight d5 and knight e7 is the threat. If black captures back, it's queen d5 check, knight f7. Then, okay, the case with king g8 is well known. Double check, queen g8 and knight f7. So, nice mate. So after knight f7, black has to take, queen takes, and bishop on e7 is hanging. That means black had just lost an exchange. So knight c6, but not a lot of other options, I have to say. Black couldn't really take on c3 because of bishop e7, and the same applies. This rook cannot retreat, so white is winning an exchange. well, bishop g5 was possible, but this position doesn't really look equal, because white will have some pressure on the king's side. Maybe one wouldn't be too much scared about this. Knight c6, let's say, and well, but it's definitely white who is trying for a win, so that's what I mean. After, let's say, take, all those simplifications, it might be just enough for black to hold the draw, but it's definitely white who is trying. So Lagno played knight c6 after h4, and after knight d5, black went for bishop takes g5. This is it. But just wondering if black is not losing any material here. So if white takes back this one, if white just takes back the pawn, yeah, probably black is planning knight e5. Then after this check, king h8. Well, doesn't seem like white has something significant. Yeah, so in case of knight c8, the endgame is, well, looks very close to be equal. Yeah, black. Well, white will not be, certainly will not be in time to double on h file. And well, after knight e7, king h8, queen's retreat is possible, but the same. Black is going to retreat her queen, so queen e4, for instance. Queen. Oh well, there is also queen c7, and at the moment, white cannot even take this knight. But queen d7 is possible as well. So queen e4. Let's say queen d7 to make it simpler. Somehow. Queen e5, queen e7, and in this position as well, I don't believe white has much. So white can try to build up some pressure on h file, but black is also very quickly with her counterplay. Let's say, well, g3 is already answered with rook d8, rook d5 is the threat, so white's piece is going to be driven back. So here it is, bishop g5. White is thinking. What else white can do? White can try to take on c6. Well, I have to mention, after bishop g5, if white takes, after, yeah, bishop g5, h5, if black prefers to take this knight, then it seems to be black is losing the pawn after queen d5. And this pin doesn't work because of knight c6, queen d5, then knight e7, check and fork, and taking d5. So anyway, hg5, as we agreed, hg5, black is fine after knight takes e5. So black's choice would be normally to, white's choice would be normally to try to take on c6 perhaps. Then, okay, queen c6. But I don't see any clever retreat for white's knight. It again leads to simplifications. And this one once again looks just like a draw. This one still looks just like a draw. So, well, doesn't seem to be anything special for white then. So, looks like Lagno found a good way to equalize after knight c6. Bishop g5. What would be the best chance for white? I'm just wondering. Probably still to take on g5 with the pawn. inviting black to capture d5 to make the mistake we've mentioned, but naturally, of course, black's gonna take e5. Well, it might be the case that white is just planning queen g3 and after take e5 to try to get some pressure, but yeah, after queen c6, white is not even winning control on e-file. So black's next is going to be rook a to e8 or rook f to e8, and well, it's absolutely nothing for white. Yeah, looks pretty much simplified after bishop takes g5, and I don't believe such an experienced player as Katerina Lagno is going to lose this one. So, well, then I'm switching further to the game of Anna Ushenina versus Alexandra Kostyniuk. Just a second. So, Ushenina versus Kostyniuk. Well, and this is much messier, this one. So knight d2, cd4, ed4, we saw this. Then knight h5 has been played. The move here truly had been recommending of bishop g3, knight b6. So black decided she can postpone this taking over bishop on g3. So knight b6. a5, knight d5. The knight is arriving to f4. Well, looks pretty solid for black. Queen e5, Ushenina played, and g7, g6 was an answer of Alexandra Kostyniuk. I'm just wondering if f5 was possible. Just for a second, f5. Okay, giving away the pawn, of course, but after king h8, black would have a couple of threats, namely, well, f4 is not exactly a threat, but perhaps after intermediate rook f6, f4 might have been a case. And well, a knight f4, of course, is a positional threat, where black would have to give away a pair of bishops, and possibly in this case white would have enough compensation for the pawn. Well, but I've just spotted bishop e5, a nasty move, bishop a5. So f4 is a perennial threat of f4, and as well attacking the pawn on h6. Yeah, so this wasn't good, this f5, but g6 has been played, and well, white nevertheless played bishop e5. Bishop e5, so keeping the tension, and well, it's so enriched with tactics, this position. Already here, I mean, there are some knight jumps, like knight f4, for instance. Knight f4, maybe not a bad idea, by the way, to jump on f4 with this knight. White has nothing to do but to take on b7, knight d3. Then I'm not sure if b2 is really, if it's really a threat, but okay, knight c4 I can imagine. And then, well, no, this one actually looks a bit better for white. Yeah, knight is arriving to b6, and yeah, this knight on h5 is a little bit offside to bishop e5. But I mean, this motive of jumping to c3 is always on. To f4, sorry, and c3 I just thought that knight c3 at the moment doesn't work, but let's say in case of bishop c6, which might be the move for black, it turns to be a threat now to play knight c3. Turns to be a threat. Yeah, so this bishop is defended now, and both knight f4 and knight c3 becomes a threat, and even rook c1 doesn't defend black from that one, so knight c3 is still possible. Perhaps other rook to c1. And then on knight c3, black has queen e1. White has queen e1 and black has to go back. Well, all in all, looks rather complicated, this one. Okay, so queen d7 defended the bishop. I bet white is gonna play queen g4, opting for some kingside threats. Yes, so this way, I mean, queen e4, g4, and then possibly, if one of those knights moves to f6, let's say this knight moves to f6, queen h3 then, the white brings her queen to the king side, and then we'll be looking for some attack, for some attacking intentions here. So after bishop e5, I'm just looking if there is a safe way for black. Well, rook a7, nice move. Rook a7. So both threads are on. Knight c3 and knight f4. And in case of queen g4, black has f5. Yeah, so that's the difference between queen d7 and rook a7. So after queen d7, white can play queen g4, because queen left e8, so therefore g6 is not defended after f5. So this tricky rook a7 is, well, nice little move. f5 is knight c3 is the real threat, and queen g4 seems to be really dangerous because of f5. So queen h3 now, and and black is just winning. Yes, knight f4, bishop takes, knight takes, and white doesn't have enough for a piece. Yeah, so g6 is defended. So this queen on e8 is very important actually. So that's gonna mean after rook a7, white will have to go back, and back as deep as on e1, because after queen e2 it's still possible to play knight f4, bringing the bishop for a knight. So queen e1, but even there I'm not quite sure if no, I thought about f6, but still bishop just retreats to g3, so there is no point in weakening king's position any further. But black can play something like knight f4. Which knight? Just have to decide which knight has to be placed on f4. Let's say knight h f4, bishop f1, and while f6 here is not a good idea. White's gonna take on g3, take on f4 and play g3, winning the pawn on e6. And queen e1 was indeed just played. Yeah, still some little inconvenience for white is still present. Apparent for black, the inconvenience for black is still present. It's not that easy for black to find a way to make all her pieces work. I'm just thinking about something like f6. Of course, it's quite a responsible decision, but f6, bishop goes, and then just somehow to defend this pawn. Just somehow to defend this pawn by queen f7, I'd say. So no tactics with bishop g6, I believe. On knight h4, black's gonna have knight f4. It seems so. I don't see any reason not to play like that. Yes, and what I'm trying to do afterwards is to possibly promote g6, g5, settle the knight on f4. I mean, not to take on g3, but instead to put this knight on f4. Because after knight g3, h3, somehow it strengthens strangers, white's king position, so it's going to be sort of more safe after hg3. But with knight being on f4, it's sort of annoying pressure black is going to have. So queen e1, and well, f6 is one possibility for black. Well, let's move a bit further. We have two more games here. Progressing to Hou versus Antoaneta Stefanova. Once again, Stefanova is one of pursuers of the leader, with +1, with 1.5 out of 2. So we will have to spend a little time to find girls in our on our camera view. And here we are. We've seen this position, and indeed, I remember I was recommended to escape this pin by playing queen b6. Indeed, it was blight. So queen b6, a4, a6. So still, black is keen to promote c6, c5, bishop e2, c5 at once, and well, while black solves all her structural problems by this in this way, but somehow it's still, black's position is still a little bit loose, and after takes, this b5 pawn might be a bit of a problem. So castle, and it turns out it's not that easy for black to finish development. So that is what Stefanova did. h6, g5, well, it doesn't look too much convincing to me. Bishop b7, and the worst thing is she spent nearly all her time on these moves, leaving herself 20 minutes to get to time control. So roughly adding an increment, it's going to be a rate of 1 move per minute. And well, not really a time trouble so far, but it might develop into a severe time trouble if she takes some 10 minutes to spend on the next moves. And well, and Hou is thinking, and once again, Hou is one of the highest rated women in the world. Well, in a top 10, and I believe third or fourth position was her best in women's world chess rankings. And well, Antoaneta Stefanova, ex-world champion and well known fighter. So even if the position is not really great here, but she's going to continue her fight, of course. So bishop p7, but at the same time, I'm not quite sure if white has something concrete here. So I mean, it might be the direct attempt to get something significant. It might be connected with d5. So it's always the case. Some breaks like that. But here particularly, I'm not quite sure if it's that dangerous. Although it might be. Because black's reaction is not obvious. I mean, if black just takes on d5, white takes back, and black may find it hard to finish the development without losing any material. So I mean, bishop d6 is a possibility perhaps, but then after bishop d6, queen d6, bishop b5, and a castle. Yeah, castle is needed definitely. It looks like black is going to win back the pawn on d5, but here might be some inconveniences. For black. Although, yeah, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, so d5 looks like a decent try, I'd say. d5. Or white may play another semi-waiting move and to see what black is going to do. Well, okay, I'd say white is not really planning to take on c5 because this is only going to develop black's bishop. Yeah, maybe it's not that dangerous after all for black. Well, position is, well, a lot of pieces on the board, but as well, eventually it might be, well, simplified pretty quickly. And in this case, it won't be that dangerous for black anymore. So well, we're close to have our second break of today. So I'm going to switch to the to the last game remaining under our scope today. So Olga Gira against Nafisa Mominova. Once again, I'm switching. So here you can see, and well, on our screen that has been Stefanova's clock with 20 minutes. So Olga Gira against Nafisa Mominova. Just before we go in for a break, let's check how this one develops. Well, not that promising, I have to say. So after what have we seen? We've seen this one, Queen B7. Yeah, that's right. So Olga Gira played Rook FC1, but after Rook FA8, couldn't find anything but to play B5. Yeah, it might have been what it looked like an interesting opportunity, I have to say, because well, something is going on actually. I missed this one. Well, we are coming there, just a second. So Rook FC1, and as I said, normally black would like to close the B file with B6 B5 to release this tension by playing B6 B5, but Mominova preferred to keep it for one more move, and then here we go, B5. Now if black takes on B5, knight B5 follows with two threats, C5 C6 and knight B5 to C7. And well, those two threats are not that easy to parry. So after b5, black chose to play Rook a5, possibly missing a tactical operation which white proceed in the game with. So take on c6, Queen c6, takes b6, and okay. Black cannot really postpone taking on b6 because this pawn can be defended by bishop c7, for instance, and of course b7 is a threat now. So knight b6 and then knight d5. Nice tactical strike, using that black's queen is not protected. So before rook c1, this maneuver wasn't actually on for a couple of reasons. This b5. First of all, after cb5, knight b5, so I'll illustrate this one on the board. Knight b5. There is no threat of knight c7. So black, it seems to me black can take on c5, yes, and on knight c7 black has rook b6, an adequate response. Well, and the other one, after b5, black as well might play rook a5. And here, there is no knight d5 trick. So rook fc1, and this rook fa8 was just not cautious enough, because here b5 seems to give white an extra pawn. Knight d5, and well, black had nothing to do but to take on d5, and rook b6. So the game is still not over, but this way white won a pawn, and of course now white has serious advantage. Well, the worst is that black really didn't get in return anything, so no structural defects for white, no weaknesses, just a healthy extra pawn. It still will not be that easy. I mean, black, and it's quite the case very often in chess. I mean, you win some material, but your opponent gets some activity in return. So this time, I mean, black can try to get some play with rook a2 and rook a2, knight e4. Maybe, well, maybe it's not that simple, I just thought. So rook a2, still, of course white can... Ah well, rook b2 is not possible. That's not the best news for white. So bishop a3 and this rook on a8 is defended, so no pin on a file. Otherwise queen a1 would save a day for white, but no pin on a file. Well, so after rook a2, white's gonna have to retreat with the queen. And in case of queen c6, for instance, black might have a compensation. I mean, first of all, queen c4 is not really promising, as black takes and perhaps black has something else, but it seems to me like knight d5 is already good enough for a counterplay, corrupting white's structure. And normally black shouldn't lose this one. And after rook a2, if white plays queen c6, then black might take on c6 and continue with knight e4. And still some counterplay black indeed is going to have. The rook c2, for instance. Well, still it's an extra pawn. Yeah, that's right. Rook c2, and well, some activity for black, so it's going to be a bit problematic for white to convert her advantage, but well, definitely black will have to suffer. g5, for instance, and okay, bishop c. Oh well, maybe still the tactical fight is not over. I mean, bishop c7, it might be answered with rook c8. But here is knight e1. Yeah, that's right, knight e1, and even bishop b4 doesn't bring anything. White just moves the bishop, and well, still complicated. Yeah, that's right. Step too far, but just it's worth mentioning that, well, despite the fact that white won the pawn, the game is still on. The game is not over. Perhaps rook a2 is as well not the only move, but quite a tempting one, I have to say. So once again, let me try rook a2, queen c6. Olga is walking meanwhile, so of course it's a relief. Out of nowhere, you've got an extra pawn, so it's positive emotions for her too. But as I'm saying, of course it's going to be suffering for black to make a draw, but as well, white is still not winning, and to convert this advantage to win, still you have to work hard. So that's basically what I've got to say about the second hour of play, and well, really would like to take a break for some 5 minutes. And then we are coming back to the most exciting stage. So the third hour of play, we already learned that. So third hour of play, it's a time travel stage normally, and a place where all the major events taking part during our rounds. So, well, a break of 5 minutes, and we are coming back to cover the most exciting stage.
The main question is not what Alexandra did accomplish over the years, but rather what she didn't. More than just a successful chess player, the Russian grandmaster reaped the chess world's laurels, getting the utmost out of it. She is the proud owner of the bottomless bag of medals, a renowned chess author, podcaster, blogger, educator, and last but not the least, a mother too. Alexandra's haul of trophies includes first place in the Women European Championship in 2004, in the Russian Superfinal 2005, in the Sport Accord Mind Games 2011, and she is also the first world champion in Fischer Random Chess. There is no surprise, she is a constant presence in the Russian national team since 2002, where she pushed her troop to 3 times gold in the European Team Championship 2007, 2009, 2011, and in the Chess Olympiads in 2010 and 2012. But the peak achievement of Alexandra's career is unquestionably the Women World Crown and the 12th Women World Champion title, which she claimed in her native country, in Naiditsch, in 2008. Professional not only on the chessboard, the chess queen doesn't need to bring additional evidence that she truly deserves her title in the kingdom she has built together with her husband, Diego Garces. Very active in online social networks, her pages on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook have more chess fans than many other VIPs could only dream of. A champion for peace in the international organization Peace for Sport, and the restless chess promoter, Alexandra became a true chess ambassador before even turning 30. It was not hard to predict the readiness of the chess world to roll out the red carpet for the new rising star, the Ukrainian prodigy Katerina Lagno. With her whirlwind progress through her childhood years, she convincingly made her first steps noticed when she claimed the Women Grandmaster title at the age of only 12. By far more attracted to play with her opponent's nerves than with some boring dolls, Katya reached the top of the ladder during her teenage years. In 2005, when she won the gold medal at the Women's European Championship, and 2008, when she decided it was about time to repeat the story. Katerina continued to enrich her trophies with countless outstanding results. Noteworthy are too many, but if we have to mention a few. In 2006, she took the North Urals Cup to her native country, as well as the gold medal from the Women's World Blitz Championship in 2010. Since 2008, she has been the Ukrainian team leader, helping her squad to gold in the Olympiad 2006, World Championship 2013, and European Championship 2013. If you think that chess is the only dimension in her life in order to reach all of that, you are wrong. Katerina is the happy mother of a 3-year-old son Sasha, perhaps a GM in the future. In spite of her early successes, Katya has her feet firmly planted on the ground, working on her best results, which are still yet to come. Currently, Uzbekistan's #1 woman-rated player and the first ever women grandmaster in her homeland, Nafisa was introduced to chess much later than the professional chess world got used to. Up to the age of 9, she was absorbed by her piano classes in Kokand City, and it was only after her father took her to the local chess club that she had to face a small dilemma: piano or chess? That was the question. Fortunately, Nafisa chose the latter and went on to rise inchmeal until it became clear that there was no turning back and the inevitable was bound to happen. In 2002, she won the Under-12 Girls National Championship. From this moment on, the gold medals in various age groups were set aside for her, including those of a higher caliber from the Women National Championships in 2008, 2009, and 2011. She qualified for the World Women Championship in 2007 from the zonal tournament, which motivated her further to win the silver medal in 2008 in the Under-18 Asian Championship and in 2010 in the Asian Games. Consequently, Nafisa became the undisputed top board in the Olympic team of Uzbekistan, where she proved the leadership position suits her rather well. The Uzbek women grandmaster is currently studying sports psychology in the State Institute of Physical Culture and is no stranger to the top-level women chess. Nobody would be surprised if from the underdog position the national chess pride of Uzbekistan will actually surprise. When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow the audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships under 16 in 2005 and under 20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark, undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters, when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as the Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating 6-8 hours per day to the royal game. In moments of doubt, the support of her sister Maria comes in handy, the two motivating and helping each other to climb the highest heights of success in the passion they both share, chess. A big fan of Kasparov, whose games influenced her the most, Anna displays the same fearless, attacking chess without forgetting of prophylaxis. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoanetta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila, at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoanetta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward. The Tuvshintuks family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too. Shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Batchimek. Like father, like daughter. Batchimek's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Batchimek took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Batchimek made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dijon. Bachimek occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronavali, Olga Giria, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Bachimek's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Bachimek's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia for a live coverage of a Women's FIDE Grand Prix. The third round approaches its age. It's third round, third hour of play. So exactly, and the most exciting stage where the time trouble stage starts, and a lot of games going to be decided right here. I believe while we had a break, those games developed a little bit further, so let's take a look on what is going on. And once again, I'm going to be circling inside of so Kosintseva with Bachimek, so circling between those games and starting with the game we left quite some time ago. So Tatiana Kosintseva with Bachimek to Shintux. Well, this one develops pretty slow, I have to say. This one develops pretty slow. Well, this is the position we saw. And since that, and for it means for almost an hour ago, we saw this position, which is at the bottom of your screen, right bottom. Well, it didn't develop too much. So knight d2, as I said, the most natural move has been played. Rook e1, c5 for black. So black stops d3, d4 break this way. Rook e1, g5, bishop b3, knight h5. So white decided she doesn't want to move this bishop, so white went for knight c4. And then black continued with b7, b5. So roughly half an hour each on a clock, and white to make her move. So it's, well, the knight is attacked, knight has to move, but where to move this knight? Well, knight e5 of course is not possible because of knight g3, so that's clear. Knight e3 seems natural. Knight e3 seems natural though. And, well, if black takes on g3, which is, okay, looks like black just took the bishop, but an arising complex of light squares here turns to be rather weak. I mean, particularly f5 square. So white may think of promoting g3, g4 then and fixing this weakness on f file and, well, eventually getting her knight to f5 with a great effect. So knight g3 is not really recommended after knight e3. And while it's only possible, black's gonna play knight f4 instead. Knight f4 and, well, at least if white takes on f4, so then after either g takes or e takes, even e takes is possible. So black's pawn formation looks much better compared to the knight takes g3. So this hardly is going to be the case. So in case of knight f4, what white can try to do? Oh well, it's not easy, but no, I thought it's about something like h3, h4, but in this case, black possibly just shouldn't react in any way, but just play trying to weaken black's kingside a little bit, but it's not clear who's gonna benefit from that. So black shouldn't really react on h4, but just play something like king g7, and in case of eventual opening of an h file, it's going to be black who first going to get there to h file, so by playing rook h8. So, but while Tatiana is thinking, I'm just wondering which other move could be possible for white. Because, well, sometimes something like knight a5 might be possible, then playing a3, b4, but still it's the main events in this game are most likely to happen on the king side. So this knight f5 is going to put this knight a little bit aside from the main course of the game. So not that very much likely this move to be played. So knight f5, no, I don't like that much. Yeah, so knight e3 is just natural. So I don't know. Well, that's maybe a drawback of Tatiana's long break in a tournament practice. So if you're not playing for a couple of months, and actually it has been more in Tatiana's case, she didn't play since November or December, so it's already been 4 months. So if you haven't played a tournament recently, somehow you're losing this feeling of the feeling of pace. Let's say you're losing a pace, and you're spending sometimes too much time on the moves which normally are natural, and you just have to make them and see what happens. So just not really calculating the moves, but rather just hesitating in some positions when the decision is practically only one. So I mean, knight takes d6, of course, is a possible move, but shouldn't bring any advantage really. So knight d6, I don't know if black has to try to be clever and to take with the queen, but well, natural cd6, the normal recapture seems to be just fine for black. So I mean, in this case, I'm not quite sure if white's gonna have anything for d4 here, but well, with only light square bishop being on the board, black can allow herself to take on g3 and then develop the pieces somehow. I'm not sure if black has to take on d4, but even playing f7, f6, which might be an ugly move, but still okay. f6 supporting e5 and developing the bishop to e6, and I don't see much of a trouble for black, to be honest, in this case. So knight e3, I'd say at least is more challenging. So knight is opting for this f5 square, which is somewhat weakened in the black's camp. Knight f4, as I said. Yeah, knight e3 was indeed played eventually. And, well, knight f4 I expect to be played. Well, the other route for this knight could be knight g7 and, well, possibly looking for f7, f5, but I don't really believe this one to be the case here. No, okay, knight f4 seems natural and strong. And indeed it was played, yes, knight f4. And then it's... Well, I mean, white has to come up with some good move here. White's main problem is that it's not that easy to get to f5 with a second knight. So, I mean, something like knight h2, knight f1, Knight h2 f1, bishop h2, knight g3 might be the plan, but somehow it looks just too long, I mean, to be true. It's just too time consuming, and definitely black should be able to get some playing. Although knight h2 might be an interesting move. The other option would have been knight to d2, but t3 is hanging once again. If the pawn will be still on c2, so knight d2 then would have been a possibility. Then jump into f5 if I mean here knight d2. If only this d3 pawn wouldn't be hanging, then knight d2, knight jumps to f5, and in case of bishop takes, pawn takes, then this other knight will would have a nice square on e4. Yeah, but as I said, in this particular position, so d3 drops, and this is of course impossible. So knight f4, and now white has to come up with a good plan. So maybe that's why Tatiana was thinking. Maybe this position is already nothing special for white. Well, d4 is of course a possibility. By the way, let's check if d4 is any good. Well, black is definitely taking d4. C takes, then already a choice for black. Bishop b4 is a possibility. Yeah, this is maybe the way the game's gonna go. So bishop b4, for instance, rook f1. Nothing to do but to play that. Actually, I just thought about sacrificing an exchange. I'm not sure if it's absolutely hopeless. I'd say taking this one, then if black takes e1, so queen takes e1. It's exchange for only one pawn, but those weak squares around black king may promise white some interesting play. So rook d1 to follow next, and possibly knight's jump to d5. So this might be the case as well. So again, so it's d4 in the present position on the board. So well, not bishop f4, but d4, cd4, cd4, and on bishop b4, it might be the case that white has this exchange sacrifice with de5. But what happens if black just takes on d4? That's another question. If black just takes on d4, so I mean, yeah, black's kingside position is a little bit loose, but it might be of no importance, I have to say. So then, if knight takes d4, looks like black just can safely take e4 pawn. Don't see much of a problem with this one. Let me check. Yeah, that certainly looks like. Still, it's not over, of course. Some moves like queen f3 are possible. Queen f3. So this knight cannot be taken because the other rook is hanging. So let's say bishop f7 and knight jumps to f5. Though it's always the case when you have a knight on f5 threatening opponent's king. It's always the case that there might be some threats here, but perhaps not in this particular one, because black plays queen f6 and looks rather safe. Queen f6 and other rook to e8. If I'm not missing any tactics there, that's a question. Okay, knight g4, and then rook e1 check, rook e1, bishop f3 loses the piece after knight f6. So queen f5, queen b7. Yeah, that's might be dangerous for black, actually. Well, perhaps black has to take on f5, and then after check, king h7, knight f5. Then here, black takes e1 and takes f3. yeah, this is far more likely. And after, well, gf3, knight h3, it's actually black who's better. Just an extra pawn for black. So once again, d4, cd4, cd4, ed4. So, well, the other option, of course, is to take with the queen. But in this case, black has to... No, I mean, white has to count on various tactical strikes here. It might be like bishop... bishop e7 is knight f5, yeah, that's not easy. Yeah, rather complicated this one is. Knight e6, for example, opting to take on g3, doesn't seem to work properly after queen d5, and the rook is targeted on a8. So queen d4, yeah, black still has some difficulties. If not, well, if c5 works, then it's just fine for black. Yeah, c5. c5, and, well, it's rather complicated, but perhaps black has to be fine. So that's, of course, an option to play d4. But, well, it's really hard to judge what's going on after that. It seems to be the only decent opportunity to fight for an advantage is this d3, d4 move, if, of course, it works. So if any other move, I don't believe... well, a4. a4 is, of course, a possibility. But... well, maybe it's not that silly. Right, a4 then... Okay, white is threatening to take b5. And if bishop b7... if bishop b7, then bishop leaves f5 undefended, so knight is going to jump on f5. So f5 is a nice move. So for some reason I just didn't consider this one, but yeah, that's true. That's a nice inclusion, this a4. Case of c6, for instance, then white's gonna have an opportunity to take and maybe to land this knight to d5. It's still not clear, but at least it's an option for white. Immediately knight d5, or after c3, c4, let us say, and then knight d5. So a4 is a nice touch, and, well, yeah, looks like black has to react on this one. In case of rook b8, I mean, in all these lines we were examining, after ab5, white's gonna have her rook ready to play on a file, so it's once again an improved version. So some d4 is possible once again, with maybe with better effect. So, well, let us switch to some other games, because, well, we've been focused on this one for a pretty long time. So I'm switching to Hou Yifan with Naiditsch, where, so that's our diagram at the bottom of a screen. It's a game of our world champion Hou Yifan, a sole leader here against Naiditsch, and Hou Yifan seems to develop a great attack here. Yeah. So knight d7, knight e4. Just let us check how this game developed further. Bishop e7, bishop d3, g6, b3, c5. So I was telling you about bishop ce3, but b3 works as well, and perhaps for a queenside attack, this bishop is much more useful. Much more useful on b2. So c5, bishop b2, then knight f6 already becomes a threat, so black is practically forced to take on e4, b5, and, well, okay, so b5 is a desperate attempt to get some counterplay, and then white proceeded with f5, threatening f6, to take on f5 is practically forced, and rook f5. So rook cannot be taken. That's clear. Rook cannot be taken because of queen f5. And then queen h7 mate is unavoidable. Or bishop f5. Well, numerous reasons actually. I've just spotted another tactical motif, queen g3 check. Okay, queen f5 delivers a mate, but if you prefer a little bit more affection, so you can play queen g3 and after king g8 win a queen with e6. So let's only explain that this rook cannot be taken whatsoever. And then after queen h6, queen p6, I've just spotted a very nice tactical resource for white. Starting with e5, e6. Don't know if it works, but I mean, well, opens the bishop, and well, the most important here is this resource. If black takes with the queen, which seems to be a natural reaction, white has nice continuation here. Queen h7, king h7, rook h5, using the fact g6 is pinned and then delivering a mate on h8. So this e6, once you've spotted this mate construction after queen h7, is really tempting to play. And it's just a question if black has anything else, but to me it doesn't seem so, because after taking with the pawn, well, it looks terrible, I mean, for black, because this pawn, I mean, deprives queen from defending the king side. And, well, white might have a lot of different possibilities. One of them, by the way, still being... No, probably... No, I thought even here, queen sacrifice might work, but not the case. Check, king f7, and then rook h7 check. But black returns to g8, and after this check, king h8, I don't see any decisive moves here. Yeah, well, too much of sacrifice material. But of course, it's just one of the tries, and well, it must be something really simple, I'd say. Well, how about this one for a move? Rook takes f8. Let's skip it simple. Yeah. So rook takes f8. Then if you take with anything else but knight, I mean, let's take with the rook. Then bishop g6 has to work. Although I'm not sure. Yeah. Bishop g6, hg6. There is no mate. There's no mate. So no, it's not that easy. Yeah. I mean, here after rook f8, if knight takes, white seemed to win a game after queen h6. So this diagonal cannot be protected in case of king f7. Well, still, white is not winning immediately, but I don't believe this game to last for long after, say, check and rook f1. Now with such an exposed king. Well, Hou Yifan, meanwhile, played queen h6. No, well, another little move. Queen h6, now threatening both e6 and rook h5. So maybe this one is just stronger. This e6 was really attracted me. I mean, this e6 attracted me very much because of this queen h7 idea. But perhaps queen h6 is just as strong, if not stronger, because in addition to e5, e6 strat, there is also rook h5. So it's hard to say what black is going to do here. Maybe black is already hopeless. I'm not quite sure. So let us check if black can take on f5. Then e6 is coming, threatening a mate on g7. And okay, if knight f6, then possibly bishop takes f6, bishop f6, and bishop f5. It seems to be the end of Naiditsch challenge, because, well, it's actually mate in 2. Yeah, that's right. Check and mate on f7. So queen h6. And, well, how about that? 22 moves once again, and, well, it looks hopeless for black. The Hou Yifan is going to remain in the lead, that's I'm certain. And, well, the question is if she's not going to extend her lead, because I don't believe any of those who have +1 today, they are going to win. So it might be already clear point ahead after 3 rounds, Hou Yifan. If we're all not missing something significant for black in this position. Any other tries for black? Yeah, okay, queen e6, a try to block this pawn, loses to rook h5. That's once again quite obvious. The queen h6. What else black can do? No, nothing really. It just finishes the game. So, well, terrific performance so far from a Chinese player, from a world champion. And one may argue about the first 2 rounds that Katerina in round 1 wasn't really at her best, and yesterday Muzychuk, well, perhaps also. Well, so you may argue about 2 games results, a bit of a surprise or something. But if she continues to play like that, you see, even Naiditsch, who's one of the strongest here, at least according to rating, can't do anything. So it's move 22, and after queen h6, I can safely say white is winning. But okay, it's more or less clear with this one, so let's check once again the games of pursuers of Hou Yifan. And coming back to this, well, lady in a pink hoodie, Anna Muzychuk, who is playing against Katerina Lagno. So here is the position, and, well, it's pretty much strange what's happened. Yeah, here they are, and I don't know who's playing for what. So basically we left them here. No, just bishop g5. Yeah, that's right. So Muzychuk took on c6, queen c6, h g5, queen d5, changed everything. They changed all the rooks here. c4, king e7, king goes there, and I don't know, I mean, if there is any underwater stones in this position. I mean, normally, of course, it looks like a draw, so don't see any problems for any of them. I mean, black shouldn't risk at all. I mean, king is in a center, no weaknesses, and white might have some troubles running out of spare moves, you know, with those 2 pawns being double. But still cannot really imagine a danger for white. If white just moves the king back to f3, then plays g2, g4, don't see much of a danger. Yeah, looks like it's just going to be a draw in anyway, this position. We will not calculate, so we will leave it for ladies and just going to switch to some other game. Well, actually I have to be a bit quicker, I guess, switching between the games, because it might be some time troubles here and there. And therefore I'd like to see what's going on in Jiaoxu with Stefanova, because Stefanova, when we left her, she had only 20 minutes. I'm not sure if she's not in that real time trouble right now. So switching to Jiaoxu with Stefanova this time. So this is yeah, the bottom of our screen is the grind position, and, well, now we see the situation on a clock as well. So half an hour for Chinese player, half an hour for Chinese player, and well, and only 8 minutes left for Antoaneta Stefanova. Well, we have been there. Bishop was on b7, yeah, where white played rook c1. So bishop e7, h4. Yeah, bishop e7, h4. So white disturbs black's king side and trying to assure black's never gonna castle. So knight h5, bishop h2, knight f4, bishop f1, and knight g6. I'd say typical time trouble moves, moving one piece, but perhaps not a bad as idea. Just a question if... So, white took on c5 first, and knight takes c5. So if white takes g5, and takes the bishop, takes the pawn on g5, it doesn't seem to work. The knight g5, bishop g5, and then this knight on d2 is hanging. Well, did I got it right? Yeah, looks like. Yeah, that's right. So black is not losing the pawn this way. And if white just takes g5 and leaves this pawn, so rook on h2 might be a bit of a danger for white king. So it's not advisable for white to open the file like that. So the thing is, this knight on g6 is a little bit far from queen side, from b5 pawn, which is a little bit big. So what actually black's idea white's idea could be is just to close the position here by playing h5, and after knight f4 perhaps take this knight and play knight d4. The b5 is hanging this way, and if white moves the pawn, then the other knight comes to c4. But maybe no real effect on this one. Yeah, maybe with this moves I'm just destroying white's position. Yeah, makes no sense. Perhaps bishop has to be kept on the board, and then h5 is not needed. Well, maybe white may just sacrifice this pawn on h2, on h4, and just bring this knight immediately to the center. As long as black has a castle right, there might be... I mean, there shouldn't be any problem with b4 and something like that. Well, okay, let me try once again. b4. So, I mean, I'm planning to penetrate with the queen somewhere to c7, for instance. So b4, if knight a4, then white is going to play queen c7, and that might be a bit of a problem. No, white chooses h5 meanwhile. So I thought maybe this might be a bit of a problem, because somehow black is not fully comfortable defending all those pawns. Knight a6 might be the move. Yeah, for a moment knight is not really greatly placed, but the attacks b4, and once it's going to be everything on the one side, the draw margin is going to be a bit higher for black. Well, but never happened. White went for the most tempting, and that was my first reaction, let's say, to play h5. Black responded with natural knight f4. Well, I'm not quite sure if... So, I mean, this knight is ready to stay there forever, so I'm not sure if white has something better than just to take this knight. But if white takes, plays once again b4 or... just a second, pardon me. What is going on after queen c3, attacking the rook? Queen c3, well, black can castle then. Black can safely castle. Yeah, nothing special for white, it seems. So, I mean, if white takes plays queen e5, queen d6 is there, yeah. Just wonder if black is still okay. The queen d6, bishop d6, e5. Yeah, maybe white wins pawn like this. And bishop takes b5. Yeah, that might be, but still, perhaps not that easy to win this one, but this is something to avoid for black. So knight f4, yeah, queen c3 is a possible move. No, that's right. So if black plays f6, once again it's going to weaken her king side pretty much. So f6 is once again not recommended. Castle, as we decided after castle, white has an annoying plan to take on f4 and to play queen e5 to bring to bring the queen to the king side. And rook g8, while it's possible, but somehow leaves this king stuck in the center for a while, and white may think of something like queen. I know queen b4 is not possible, but once again queen e5 might be annoying. I mean, this queen comes there and maybe after taking f4, of course, taking f4 and then queen e5. And once again, black is not fully comfortable defending this pawn on f4. So queen c3, if black finds this little queen c3 move, if white finds this queen c3 move, it might be a bit unpleasant for black. But, well, okay, let's switch to something else, as still it's enough time for both players, and, well, maybe something interesting going on in the other games. So, well, I can see ex-world champion Anna Katerina walking there in the playing hall. So that means it's Alexandra Kostyniuk to move. So let's visit this game, Anna Katerina against Alexandra Kostyniuk, just to find out what's going on in a battle of ex-world champions. Well, it's move 27. Kostyniuk is thinking. Still, their time on the clock reducing, but still some 15 minutes for Kostyniuk. And, well, they reached already move 27, so not a big time trouble there. Well, so this is the one we've seen. Queen e1. Kostyniuk replied with queen a8, relocating the queen this way, building a battery on a long diagonal. Bishop f1, a little bit of prophylactics, because after black's knight would be appearing on f4. Still, this g2 is going to be a target, so white prefers to play bishop f1 in advance. And possibly all white's intentions are connected with knight c4, knight b6, bringing the knight to b6. Well, king h7. Since bishop left from d3, now the square on h7 seems to be quite comfortable, well, for black's king. So, I believe both players making practical decisions, let us say. So, knight c4, queen d8, knight ft2. So this way, white is, well, it seems to me white is going for a queen side. So knight goes to b3 and possibly c5, or e4 at the c5. So black played f6, bishop g3, knight df4, and then queen e3 was the move of Anna Katerina. So apart from attacking this knight on f4, white has got a threat to play d4, d5, and this discovered attack on the rook on a7. So, and perfect reaction would have been bishop d5 if only this knight wouldn't be hanging on d4. So bishop d5 would defend on e6 and as well block d pawn. But here, I'm not quite sure what black has to do. So something like g5 seems to be too optimistic, if I'm not mistaken. So let's say g5, d5, and well, and meanwhile we can see Hou Yifan finished her game against Nana Dzagnidze. So that means she won, and we still have a sole leader because no one can catch Hou Yifan with 3 out of 3. Quite a terrific display in first 3 opening rounds. So, well, I don't know if we gonna have a press conference of Hou Yifan in Dzagnidze. Perhaps we can, because it doesn't seem to be too tense in those thumb troubles. The knight df4. I'm not sure if this knight df4 wasn't a mistake here, because knight d4, queen e3, I don't see an adequate response for Kostyniuk. So there might be something with well, yeah, black is quite uncomfortable. Well, perhaps I'm going to switch to some. Oh no, not really, because Kostyniuk and I think she's not very happy, I can say. So, seeing her, she's biting her lips as well, so she's really nervous here. Perhaps her last move wasn't lucky, really, because here, for instance, I don't see much of a problem with just defending the pawn on e6, and those pseudo-active knight f4 after queen e3, I don't see an adequate response for black. So let us check something like g5, at least principle, let's say. So d5, no, it's just bad, I guess. No, I thought about queen d5 and taking on g2, but it's too slow, of course. Some knight e4 wins, for instance, if queen e4, there's bishop d3. So we're gonna have a press conference of a world champion and then coming back to cover the third round.
For today, Hou Yifan won today against Nana Dzagnidze. Дорогие дамы и господа, мы начинаем пресс-конференцию, третий тур женского гран-при в Ханты-Мансийске. Партия между Hou Yifan и Наной Dzagnidze только что завершилась победой китайской шахматистки. So Yifan, can you please start?
Yeah, today we went to the same variation which we played in Geneva last year, Grand Prix, and instead of c4 last time I tried knight c3.
Мы играли вот этот вариант в Женеве на Гран-при. Я пошла на тот же вариант, но вместо c4 здесь сыграла конь c3.
Yeah, and
то есть наоборот, вместо конь c3 c4.
Okay. It's just quite normal moves, and
Нормальное развитие партии.
D takes c6, it's just turned position to another type of maybe also, if bishop c6 just keeps the same structure, maybe can also pay attention.
Солнце 6 тоже возможно, так же как и другой вариант c.
Okay. 4. Bishop c5. Maybe here can try something like rook d8.
Возможно, здесь можно было попробовать ладья d8.
To see where the queen's going.
Посмотреть, куда пойдет ферзь в этой позиции.
And if queen g3, maybe c5 or something like rook d4. Just once e5 and knight e4 changes the knight. I'm not sure. Maybe.
С идеей, может быть, на ферзь g3 пойти как-то c5. Nana, maybe you can add something about this opening. Here, did you saw this proposed move rook d8?
Oh, this was my analysis.
Здесь все идет по анализу на самом деле.
Да, ну просто здесь у меня была ферзь g3.
Here I had queen g3 in my home preparation.
Вот
And I
так
was
было.
thinking to play like
Момент.
this.
Вынесем, так, так. Когда так, было слон 4 потом, по-моему. Вот так. Когда так, не знаю, слон d6. Вот так было.
И как
Нормально.
оценивалась вот эта позиция? Ну, ты считала здесь нормально у черных?
Да, здесь нормально, да.
So
Ну,
there
как-то
was this possible this variation. That's what I had, this queen g3.
ферзь h3 я не знала.
I didn't know queen h3. Ifan, was it your home preparation or you found this queen h3 over the board?
No, it's far from the first moves, and well, I was choosing between these two moves, and then I realized after bishop d3, black, I mean, more or less have to play g6, then kingside is gonna be a little, I mean, weak, so maybe I can just use something.
То есть я пошла ферзь h3, думая о том, что вот после слон d3 черным придется где-то ходить g6 и ослабляется позиция короля, и я как-то смогу это использовать в дальнейшем. So that's what happened.
Yes, and then later on, yeah, that seems quite forced.
Maybe
no.
bishop d4 here.
Может быть, слон d4 здесь.
Я думала, I thought about bishop d4,
Bishop
but
d3,
bishop d3 and h6.
h6.
Yeah, h6 this one. And f5. Just over. F5. And I saw here 95, I think. 95.
Something.
Knight f6 or something like that. And I didn't like this position. I don't know.
Looks
Or maybe
dangerous.
not. You saw this line?
I was thinking something like bishop h6, but didn't calculate details.
Я здесь смотрела слон
Maybe
h6 в этот
not
момент.
95, I don't know.
Yeah, but if
Может, не
queen
конь
But
e5.
it looks dangerous. That's why I
Yeah.
decided to play
Выглядит страшно.
bishop e7.
Nana, what did you underestimate maybe? Which threats, maybe which move didn't you see during this game or underestimate? Что недооценила как бы в этой партии какие-то, может, угрозы соперницы?
I don't know. Maybe if there is something for white, then it means this whole variation is wrong.
Может быть, если здесь действительно у белых так хорошо, то, может быть, вся концепция, весь вариант неправильный. Наверное. Because all this looks more or less forced. I don't know. Could black try to do
Maybe
something
queen,
else?
no, queen e5,
f6, something like.
f6.
Mhm.
Yeah, f6. Yeah, I didn't like this. And that's why I played bishop e7. But even after
Мне не
bishop
нравился этот вариант,
e7,
поэтому я пошла на слон e7. Have you seen something for your opponent maybe?
Not really, but maybe not b5. I mean, b5 may just, damage the advance, maybe.
knight b8 or what?
Rook e8, rook f8.
Rook e8,
I'm not
yeah.
sure I can play f5 or not.
Yeah.
То есть я думаю, что,
Yeah,
может быть, не
so,
стоило ходить
okay.
b5, может быть, стоило пойти ладья e8. Предлагать e5.
If f5, just take and,
Knight f8, huh? Something
yes,
like this, huh?
take the rook. Oh, can or cannot? Because if now f8, maybe e6. No. Oh no.
She takes e5. You see.
Yeah, it just takes a rook.
What would you do? You wouldn't take with a rook.
But then, which
Well,
move?
Yes. But here, what's going on after? Bishop
F5?
F8.
Oh, check, knight g6.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. If e6, just f6.
Yes.
No, nothing.
Yeah. And if bishop d5, just the knight f8.
Just knight f8, yes.
No, I mean bishop d5.
Bishop d5, yes. b5, because I didn't want to give you this d5 square for bishop. That's why I played b5. Maybe then
Yeah,
knight f6, knight b6, but I underestimated this f5.
На самом деле, вот я и пошла b5 для того, чтобы не отдавать вот это поле d5 для слона, с идеей, чтобы потом конь b6 пойти, но недооценила вот эту идею с f5.
Rook e5. After rook e5, I think this is loser.
I agree, yes. Rook e5 looks forced after this. Or like had some defense.
But here.
No, not here. Here.
Yes, I understand this in the game.
Here.
Yes, it's just, I think, cannot defend this position.
Okay. So I will just ask a few questions. Today we had here Vice President of Russian Chess Federation, Selivanov Andrei. He was organizer of Krasnoturinsk tournament, and he told us that you, when at the age of 12, you were playing there.
Yes,
Is
in
it true?
2006.
Yes.
And later on I played one more in 2000, maybe 7. Yeah, I played twice there.
Was it your first tournaments in Russia, and how important it was to play in such, let's say, round-robin superwoman tournament?
No, not my first time in Russia, since before there was Aeroflot Open, and they also have World Team Championship and World Championship in
You
Russia.
played in Ekaterinburg, yes?
Yes, and no, not World Team, just World Championship, yes. But that was, maybe my first, closed woman tournament. And at that time I'm very happy that I can play such a high-level woman tournament, and that was a very nice time. I enjoyed there playing with, top girl players.
Пожалуйста, еще вопрос?
Да, добрый день. Вопрос к Хоу Йифань. Пока она лидирует, и в курсе ли она, что в случае победы ей придется примерить костюм биатлониста, взять винтовку и прокатиться на северных оленях?
Question is for you, Yifan. Now you are leading, you have 3 out of 3, but actually, do you know that in case if you win this tournament, then you have to go to biathlon stadium, then shoot, and then
really?
also have a deer, ride with deers. There is tradition here in Khanty-Mansiysk
really?
to do something like this. Maybe you saw a report what Anand.
Yeah, I saw his picture with shooting, but I don't know there's such a, interesting traditions, and of course I would like to try it if I have a chance, but it's still, too early to say that, and there's 8 rounds to go.
What about shooting? Are you good in shooting?
No. Oh,
Have you
maybe
ever
I
tried?
think I only tried a few times, and one was in Russia, Krasnoturinsk that time.
You
Yeah,
said something.
I think I tried one there, and that was my first time, I think.
And successful.
I don't remember, but...
So you could see a happy Hou Yifan, delighted with her own performance. And meanwhile, we are back to cover third round. Well, and I have to mention one other game is finished. That's Anna Muzychuk against Katerina Lagno. This pawn endgame brought no surprise, and after few more moves from the position we saw, they agreed on a draw. So that means Hou Yifan 3 out of 3, and well, it's only Stefanova who can be half a point behind. But meanwhile, let's concentrate at the game at our top right of our screen. Here's Anna Ushenina against Alexandra Kostyniuk, with Ushenina just making the move. So here we are. Just a second. So here is the current situation on the board. Well, and in a position which when I said that Kostyniuk has problems here, she found well, maybe not very much convenient, but perhaps the only move, Queen B8, defending the knight and the rook. So Queen defends both the knight on d4 and the rook on a7. But of course, there is a certain drawback that Queen is placed under the pin. So to release this pin, Black will have to take on g3. So knight b3 has been played, rook e8 and rook a c1. Rook a c1. Well, still, this one looks solid for Black. So that was a nice little move, Queen b8, which I missed during the comments. Well, 5 minutes for Kostyniuk, and well, she already played her move, bishop f8, defending on a6. So now Black is ready to take on g3. I mean, immediate capture, knight g3, hg3 wasn't as good, because when Black would be moving her knight, she would leave an e6 pawn undefended. So that would give White an extra pawn. So Kostyniuk prefers just to retreat with the bishop. Pardon me. There, right. So to retreat with the bishop to f8. Still, you cannot really activate this bishop. So d6 is covered, c5 is covered. So that just bishop steps a little step back. So now rook is defending an e-pawn. So next, Black is going to take on g3, and possibly one day after retreating the knight to d5 and playing h5, bishop may come into play via h6. So let us try to find some sample variation. Let's say knight b6, Black is taking on g3. There is intermediate knight d7, by the way. No, Black's gonna take f1 in this case. Yeah, that's right. Black is going to take f1. So I'm going to show this. If knight d7, then Black takes f1, attacking the queen as well. So knight g3, hg3, knight d5. Then if queen is moved, well, I don't know, White queen has to move somewhere, and Black may think of playing h5 and possibly developing the bishop to h6. Well, in this particular case, it seems like knight d7 doesn't bring much, because Black has queen d6, knight f8, and well, rook takes f8. But in this case, it won't be exactly equal. Yeah, maybe the moves I'm making are not exactly the best for Black, because here it looks like knight c5 and White has some pressure. Knight c5. Well, still, even after bishop c8 and relocating the rook somewhere on 7th rank, maybe even this one is acceptable. But of course, Kostyniuk is gonna look for something better than that. So here's the current situation here. Well, I guess it's still not hopeless with the time trouble of Kostyniuk, so we may switch to some other games. Shahok Su with Stefanova, I'd like to see. Stefanova had as well some time trouble problems, but it's simplified pretty much. And well, Doesn't look that pleasant for black. So let's rewind a little bit and see what happened. So yes, here we are. Draw with Stefanova. 2 minutes for Antoanetta. Well, Queen c3, the move I mentioned, has been played. Yes, h5, knight f4, this one we saw, and Queen c3 attacking the rook, castle. And my offer has been to take f4 and to play Queen e5, which possibly was an interesting try. But white preferred Queen e3, which also makes some sense, of course, pinning the c5 knight and also attacking f4 knight. So black had nothing to do but to play bishop d6, then knight d4. No, I thought, well, b4 here brings nothing. No, that's right. Knight is going to jump here. Well, knight d4, knight d7, and white takes on b5, e5, knight c4. Well, I'm not sure about knight c4, but okay, it's already played. Takes, take b6, takes e3, takes d7. So extra pawn for white. Black takes on f2, king f2. It's an extra pawn for white, but somehow white's pawn structure is a little bit dragged. And well, h5 is hanging, e4 is hanging. So by just playing rook to d8, black still seem to have enough resources here. It's going to be and I don't know if rook a8 actually has been played. Don't know what was wrong with rook d8, but okay. Antoanetta prefers to play on a8. And then it's a question what to do for white. Because while h5 is hanging, if white just tries to keep everything together, I'm not sure if white can do this. Okay, e5 is tempting, trying to play a move with a tempo. But then, well, there might be some tactical resources, by the way. Just wondering if there are. I don't know about rook a2. Rook a2, no, not likely. Or it's possible, I'm not sure. Okay, rook a2. So, I mean, in this case, black's gonna take on p2, and somehow white has tough task to find a proper place for the king. But maybe this one is not good. Yeah, king g1, and on rook b5, white's gonna play. White's gonna take the knight first, then give a check and play d7. Looks like it's winning for white. Yeah, that's right. So rook a8, e5 is tempting, but what black is going to do here? It's a question what black is going to do here. If black just moves the bishop, well, not easy to find the proper move. Though, I mean, bishop e7, for instance, then white has rook c7. So g2 cannot be taken because of bishop f4, and if bishop d5, somehow it's not really very much convenient for black. Bishop d5, there is a fork on b6 first of all. Yeah, there is a fork on b6. Yeah, attacking. I mean, yeah, maybe not b6 at once. So attacking the rook, attacking this guy. Also e7 is hanging. Yeah, it's a bit too much. So rook c7 is going to be fairly unpleasant. So e5, perhaps Stefanova means something else after e5, but just having hard times to guess what exactly. So if it's not rook a2, then, well, it's really hard to say. Well, bishop b8 is going to be too deep, of course. Yeah, so far here is the position, and it's Xiaoxu who is thinking. Stefanova's clock is down to 2 minutes. Well, we shall stay concentrated on this one, and instead I'll just open the bottom of the screen. I'll just open for a second other games. Okay, Ushenina we saw. Muzychuk is finished. Kosintseva with Pochimek, just to see what's going on here. Well, this one might be interesting as well. So I don't know. Yeah, Tatiana Kosintseva is thinking she's the move. I think it might be a several times trouble here as well. Yeah, 4 minutes versus 3 minutes. So this game, and only 24 moves made. So this game definitely is going to finish in a time trouble, especially seeing what kind of position here is. So both have some threats here. Well, to me optically it looks like black is more than fine here. So let's rewind a little bit back and fast see what happens. So Rook B8 has been played after A4. White exchanged on B5 and played D4. As I said, so now White has an extra option of forking the rook on C6. So after C takes, E takes, White took with a knight. So on Rook E4, White has knight C6. Queen F6 has been played. Knight E to F6. Knight E to F5. Just wondering if there was anything else, but okay, knight E to F5. So bishop takes, knight takes, then bishop B4, rook E3, rook BD8, and bishop C5. So full centralization, and from what I can spot, well, it looks really. I mean, there are definitely some threats. Well, I'm finding it hard to understand what happens really. The rook has to retreat, but well, a spare option for White could be to take this one on F4 first, because this knight is really dangerous, jumping here and there. So taking this knight is, well, makes a lot of sense. So, and after Gf4 to retreat the rook to E2, so this is quite possibly the way to proceed. To retreat this rook to E2, and then somehow this knight is stable on F5. This knight is stable on F5. Queen is probably going to F3, cementing White's kingside. Well, this case White's position looks more or less safe. But if White tries anything else, like, okay, rook cannot move via third rank, because in this case, I mean, let's say in case of rook F3, black just going to take the pawn on E4. Well, I don't see anything for White. White can regain, no, cannot. I thought White can play the take on B5, but knight on F5 is hanging. So basically, it's a choice between, yeah, well, bishop F4 played, so just few more words. If rook E1 is the case, then after knight D3, this knight, well, turns into a real beast. Rook E2, and already some sacrifices might be played, like rook E4, queen F5, for instance. F2 is hanging. I mean, so it looks rather dangerous. Not to speak about something like queen B6, increasing the pressure. So bishop C5, White took on F4, as I said, more or less safe option. Gf4, and well, Tatiana's clock is down to 1 minute and some seconds. So it's really going to be tense. It's really going to be tense there. So apart from this one, so 2 games are finished. We are keeping our eye on those 3 sharp ones, and I mean, namely this one under our scope, then a game of Stefanova with black, and again Kostyniuk with Ushenina, and the only one game remaining, Olga Kira, is with Nafisa Muminova. Already seems to approach I mean, move 40, so it doesn't seem to be really danger for time trouble in this game, so we will postpone a little bit. So we'll postpone a little bit this one. So, well, let's stay concentrated on Kosintseva's game. Well, rook c3. So, to my surprise, Tatjana decided on rook c3. And, well, this one is a little bit more forced, but at the same time is a little bit risky. So, basically, what black has to do? Okay, rook e4 is not possible, because white captures back on c5. So I'd say bishop b6 looks more or less natural. And then, well, it won't be easy for white, because e4 is hanging, and in case of queen b5, let's say, black still takes e4, and the open character of the position cannot really. Well, just a second. I have to stop this one. So this game at our screen, Nafisa Muminova with Olga Gira, is just finished. Finished in a draw by repetition. So somehow Olga Gira didn't manage to convert her extra pawn, which she won earlier, and Nafisa should be happy with her tough defense. So she had a hard times after she lost the pawn, but managed to save this game for a draw. Now, but okay, let's stay focused on the games which are still in progress. So, Kostyniuk with Osenina. Yeah, I'm coming back to this one. Osenina with Kostyniuk. Bishop f8. Yeah, but they slowed down a little bit. And not so many moves made. Bishop f8. And, well, I've actually predicted them correctly. So, well, so the upper position is from Kosintseva's game, but at the bottom I have Kostyniuk with Osenina, the knight b6. Knight b6, knight takes g3, so please look at now we are switching to this one. So knight g3, h3, knight d5, and white decided to take on d5, bishop d5 and bishop c4. Well, again, the way to play, because this bishop, as I said already, this bishop on f8 still fails to find targets. So if white manages to change this bishop from d5 and remain with the knight versus bishop on f8, she might still have hopes to get an advantage, and especially this pawn is very important. This pawn on a5 is very important, as in possible endgames, let us say queen b7, just to illustrate, queen b7, then queen f3, practically forcing the queen's exchange. Then eventually white's gonna bring her rook to c6, and this pawn on a6 is going to be weakened. So that might be a problem for black in this position. So bishop d5, bishop c4, and well, it's Kostyniuk to decide which move to make here. Yes, after those light squared bishops are gone, though is going to be a problem, the c6 square and a6 pawn. The nice idea from Osenina. So bishop c4. Kostyniuk is thinking. So we've seen Kosintseva, we've seen Osenina, and well, so 3 games remaining today, and already today we have a record of this tournament because we Well, we already have 2 draws in 2 rounds. I mean, first 2 rounds were bringing 1 draw each. So already today we can claim our round to be more peaceful than the previous ones. So 3 more games are in progress. This one on our screen is Alexandra Kostyniuk. But we going to switch to some other one. Oh, well, Zhao Xu with Stefanova. Yeah, so this time I'm really curious what's going on. Still, they didn't reach the time control, and I believe they're pretty short on time as well, especially Antonetta. She has like 1 minute and 15 seconds. Well, I hope I can rely on this digital clock, I'm not quite sure. So rook a8, and then instead of e5, which I thought might be the good move, well, I'm a bit surprised. I mean, I don't know if I'm missing something, but what was wrong with e5? I just don't know. Well, okay. So rook c3 has been played. Possibly just avoiding this fork, and as well, I don't know if I can call it a trap. So bishop e4 wasn't possible because of knight f6. So king g7, but this king g7 of course improves black's position, so no more checks here. So e5, bishop e7, rook c7. But it means, if I'm right, white could have had this position with with black king being on g8. So bishop e4, and then bishop f4 follows. Bishop f4, gf4, automatic capture, and bishop c6. So this way Zhao changes light square bishops. Not certain about that, but it looks like. Yeah, that's right. And well, the position here, well, it's gonna be definitely tough for Stefanova. So she's practically forced to take on c6. And then, okay, we shall see, but it looks like she's not able to win this b2 pawn back. And more than that, f4 tends to be rather weak either. So bishop c6 has been played, rook c6, automatic recapture, and then it's a little bit hard for black. Well, rook a2. Well, if not rook a2, I'm sorry. So I just missed this one. Rook a2, and it looks like, yeah, this time, looks like white will not be able to save this pawn. So it may depend on this line, for instance. So rook c2, bishop a3. So this is the move to miss. Then I'd say white's gonna play king f3. And then if bishop takes, this pin will not be that easy to release. Oh, maybe it will be. Well, rook a5. So that's a bit of a disappointment. She misses the chance. So let me speak about this again. So rook a2, rook c2, bishop a3 was a good chance for black, and even after king f3, rook b2 could be the move. So takes, king f4, and well, that's a hard position, but I believe normally black should be able to hold. So rook a5 has been played. Well, this way black tries to... No, but what to do after king f3? Not sure. Rook d5 is planned perhaps, but king f3 indeed has been played. Rook d5 perhaps was the plan. And after rook c7, rook b5. This pawn is going to fall, but with pair of rooks on the board it might be harder for black. Then I'm not sure if that was a correct decision. Well, we shall see it very soon. Seconds are running on Stefanova's clock, so I cannot... Well, it's a couple of moves left, so I'm going to stay on this game, Fox, just to see what's gonna happen. So rook b5 immediately. Well, king f3, rook b5 immediately. So this time, if white plays rook b6, I'm not sure what's going to happen. If white just plays rook b6, so black had to play rook d5 first, I think. But of course, it's a time trouble, so not easy to... Well, not easy to find all the right moves. Yeah, rook b6 seems practically winning. So I mean, rook d5 looks like the only chance, and then rook b7, and white manages to keep everything together. Unless black is well, planning something like that, rook d2, and no, still doesn't look sufficient. Yes, I don't know what's wrong with rook b6, what white is thinking about, because it's, well, doesn't matter if this one doesn't win, but it seems to be only move for white as well. Otherwise, it's still fine to take on f4 and to move this g pawn, but why not to play rook b6? I mean, this one I find absolutely hopeless if black decides to change. So just second pawn is falling and king is so far. I guess Antoinetta misplayed it at some point, because it looked quite safe for black. Even this endgame pawn down, but with nice structure and activity with a lot of pieces. So all those exchanges might have been slightly inaccurate. Yes, and indeed, rook b6 played. Well, knowing Stefanova as the fighter, I don't expect her to change rooks. So rook d5 is going to be move 38. And two more moves to follow. Rook d5. Or, well, seconds are running. I'm not quite sure if we have a correct display on our electronic clock. But it says 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, so seconds are running out. Rook d5, well, of course. Rook d5. And rook b7, yeah, that's right. And, well, this one looks practically hopeless for black. The king is caged, so king cannot come into play. f4 is attacked. b4 is defended. So not easy really. While in case of bishop g5, I'm afraid e6 might be... Oh well, maybe it's not as easy as I thought. Bishop g5 was indeed played, right? And I thought really something like e6 should work, but perhaps it's not as easy. Well, cannot be taken straight away because of this check. Well, in fact the game continues a different way. The king e2. Is this one serious? Yes, king e2, and somehow white keeps everything together. Yeah, nice little move. King e2. Last move before the time control is the requirement is made. So rook d4, and players got additional half an hour. So we are switching immediately to some other game, just to find out if in any other game the time trouble stage is still on. The Ushenina with Kostyniuk. I don't know what's going on. Still move 39, and well, seconds running on Kostyniuk's clock. So after bishop c4, queen a8, indeed they changed the bishops, but Ushenina prefer not to play queen f3, instead to keep queens. Maybe also in a time trouble. It's not that easy to decide if you want those queens to be on the board. So bishop h6, f4. So white is planning to penetrate to c6 anyway, but this queen's being on the board, it's not that important somehow. The rook g7, c5, queen d8. So the concentration of black forces here is really impressing, and last Ushenina's queen a4 gave black an opportunity to break through in the center with e5. Well, I'm not quite sure if white is any better anymore. So de5, fe5 of course. So this pawn is pinned. And if rook e5, wonder what Alexander prepared after rook e5. Possibly just take and queen d3. Yeah, this looks sufficient. And well, and fe5 was move 40. fe5 was move 40, so once again, in such a sharp position, Ushenina might be thinking for long. So one more game I'd like to visit before I'm planning for a break. So Tatiana Kosintseva with Pochimek to Shintuks. If this one is not finished, yeah, here we are, and well, don't see the full picture. I believe, yeah, the rook is not already on the 8, so probably Tatiana played rook g8 check. Well, so the live transmission is a little bit, yeah, rook g8 check, king h7. Wonder if, well, if white is not winning straight away, it looks extremely close. Okay, knight f6 check, king h6. It looks extremely close. So the I'd say the trap is if white is playing g4, then it's check, taking the rook, and this fork doesn't work because of king h7. So king is on h7 here. So it's an extra pawn for white at the moment. But what white can... Okay, the rook is hanging. If white moves the rook, I'm wondering what's gonna happen. Now, well, knight f6 seems to be rather tempting. So check here. I'm just wondering if white can do anything else. So I'd say e5 is an option. Then in case of bishop e7... Now, well, I mean, in case of rook c3, for instance, so g4 looks like finishing the game with g5 to follow. But e5 should be met with bishop e7, and this one, I'm not 100% sure if white is winning. So some counterplay for black in real fact. I'm just wondering how it could have happened, this endgame, because they had a lot of pieces on the board, but okay, there was a time trouble, and it's really hard to blame players if they even committed some mistakes here. So, well, king h7. I know that's been like this already. Bishop f2, rook g8, and king h7. So I have to say once again, so 3 games are finished, and in those 3 which are remaining, the time control requirements are made. So all of those remaining 3 reached move 40. That means each of the players got half an hour of increment, so we can safely go for a 5 up to 10 minutes break. So we all are a bit tired, and after this break, we are coming back.
вопрос Оли насчет того, что вот, допустим, ты сыграл уже несколько турниров, и как вот, какие ощущения, скажем, от первого этапа уже вот к этому? То есть появилась ли вот эта вот уверенность немножко вот после таких серьезных испытаний, скажем, которые были?
Ну, я думаю, что да, и можно это проследить даже по результату, потому что каждый турнир по 2 очка мне удавалось прибавлять к моему первому провальному просто турниру, так что...
Yes, you can actually see, the same question was to Olga, and she said, yes, you can even see from my results that each event I managed to make 2 points more compared to, especially to my previous really bad tournament in Geneva. Ну, желаем удачи, может быть, и здесь тоже удастся 2 очка.
О, это было бы очень хорошо.
Посмотрим, да, какие будут результаты. Спасибо, девочка. Спасибо.
Currently, Uzbekistan's #1 women-rated player and the first ever women grandmaster in her homeland, Nafisa, was introduced to chess much later than the professional chess world got used to. Up to the age of 9, she was absorbed by her piano classes in Kokand City, and it was only after her father took her to the local chess club that she had to face a small dilemma: piano or chess? That was the question. Fortunately, Nafisa chose the latter and went on to rise inchmeal until it became clear that there was no turning back and the inevitable was bound to happen. In 2002, she won the Under-12 Girls National Championship. From this moment on, the gold medals in various age groups were set aside for her, including those of a higher caliber from the Women National Championships in 2008, 2009 and 2011. She qualified for the World Women Championship in 2007 from the zonal tournament, which motivated her further to win the silver medal in 2008 in the Under-18 Asian Championship and in 2010 in the Asian Games. Consequently, Nafisa became the undisputed top board in the Olympic team of Uzbekistan, where she proved the leadership position suits her rather well. The Uzbek women grandmaster is currently studying sports psychology in the State Institute of Physical Culture and is no stranger to the top-level women chess. Nobody would be surprised if from the underdog position the national chess pride of Uzbekistan will actually surprise. When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow the audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships Under-16 in 2005 and Under-20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark, undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters, when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as the Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating 6-8 hours per day to the royal game. In moments of doubt, the support of her sister Maria comes in handy, the two motivating and helping each other to climb the highest heights of success in the passion they both share, chess. A big fan of Kasparov, whose games influenced her the most, Anna displays the same fearless, attacking chess without forgetting of prophylaxis. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoanetta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoanetta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward. The Tuvshintuk's family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too. Shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Batchimek. Like father, like daughter. Batchimek's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Batchimek took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Batchimek made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dilijan. Batchimek occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronavali, Olga Giria, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Batchimek's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Batchimek's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces.
Welcome back for a live coverage of Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Well, today's been a long day. Already time trouble stage is off, but we still have 3 games in progress. While at our screen, walking in the playing hall, is ex-world champion Antoanetta Stefanova, who has got a tough position against Chinese Zhao Xu. So let us take a look on what is going on at the board. So you can see, so 3 games are finished already, I've mentioned today, and Hou Yifan won against Naiditsch 3 out of 3 on a perfect score. And her closest rivals are Muzychuk, who already finished in a draw, and Stefanova, but she doesn't seem to have any winning chances here, but instead she's fighting for a draw. So that's the current situation here. So king e2, rook d4 we've seen, and move 41 was knight c5. Antonetta replied with rook c4, and well, letting white couple of options actually. So what white can do is to give a check on e6, but it doesn't seem to leave anywhere after king g8. Yeah, this one is, well, absolutely not clear. Yeah, knight g5, 8 g5, but, well, two passed pawns for white, but p2 pawn is not really in the action so far. It's a little bit too far, and, well, this one will be an excellent chance for Stefanova to escape. Rook c4, well, b4 looks natural, moving this pawn closer to the promotional square, creating a threat of e6. So in this case, well, e6 seems to be a real threat, so probably black has to move her king backwards, and, well, then knight possibly could be retreated to d3, and then b pawn is going to proceed further. Well, still not easy, of course, but looks like a good chances for Chinese player to get on +1. So Zhao Xu, she won the first game. Yesterday she lost against Maminova, and now with white she's looking to get on a plus score. p4, king f8. Well, king d3 seems to be a nice option in this case, and if rook is moved, then something. I don't know if something like e6 might still work. Well, couple of options really. It could be king e4 activating the king, but then rook c2, king f5, but somehow I don't believe in those mating threats, and if black captures on g2, this f pawn assures black's counterplay. But once again, a bit unpractical, I mean, to think in this particular position, because, well, unless white is going to find something, but I don't really believe in this knight e6, as I said. Knight e6, king g8. I mean, this check, for instance, practically forces white to take on g5. To take on g5 immediately is of course an option, but as I said, this p2 pawn is just too far, so black is going to be in time for a counterplay. Yeah, not really dangerous, this one seemed to be. So I would say white just has to play p2, b4, and then see what happens. Doesn't matter if black has something. Oh, well, perhaps black can also... No, I'm just wondering if black can try this check. But perhaps not really. Because, well, this one looks dangerous for... But still, I'm not sure. Okay, e6, and this f pawn might be dangerous as well. No, rook's gonna take on f7. Yeah, this one is not good for black. So rook's gonna take on f7, cutting the king in, stopping f pawn from behind. So f4 has been played, and, well, king f8 seems to be the best chance, because king has been caged here for a while on g7. Actually, I'm thinking if white could have played b4 at once. I'm not sure about this knight c5. I'm not sure about knight c5, so maybe white could have played Could have played b4 at once, just not letting black king to escape from g7. That would have been the game, of course, but let us check. So this one, and then black would find it hard to find any counterplay here. So I'm not quite sure if this knight c5 was needed. So knight c5, rook c4, p4, and well, king f8 seems... No, rook c2 check. Rook c2, and well, I guess king d3 will be very much annoying for white, for black. No, king f3 has been played. Once again, leaving black a chance to play king f8. No, but this time it's much more unpleasant. I mean, king f8, maybe white is still winning after e6. So this way, if black takes on e6, it's knight takes e6, and this pawn is much more active and king is closer. So check, take on g5 and b5. I mean, probably black is not in time to capture g2 pawn. It looks like, yeah, king f5, and if black captures the pawn, then it's king g6, king moves h6, and h pawn is just too fast. So king f3 is still good. I mean, those checks, let's say, like rook c3, will only hasten white king to the correct square. So white would be delighted to place the king to f5. So king e6, I would say. King e4, and then king f5, and once again keeping in mind some e6 ideas. So that's interesting. We have well, two endgames with some similarities. The Zhao Xu with Stefanova and Tatiana Kasintseva with Pachimek to Shintox. It's an extra pawn for white in both games. So let's check Kasintseva's game. Extra pawn for white, and knight versus dark square bishop with rooks being on the board. So, as has been predicted, after king h7, Tatiana went for check and e5. So, in this position, the only move seems to be, well, not quite sure, but the only move seems to be bishop e7. Otherwise, it looks rather bad for black. Well, but maybe after bishop e7, white is still winning with g4, with energetic g4. So now g5 is a real threat. Black has to take. And, well, okay, those pawns are pretty close. And I'm wondering if this one is winning. Rook takes e3, g5. King goes there. And then white... well, maybe not the best idea. I thought about some g6 breaks. In this position. So g4, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook c3, g5, but king h5 definitely. And then rook is coming to f3 to f5, stops this pawn, and not sure if white can win at all. Maybe white is worse in this case. So bishop e7, knight will have to retreat. Well, maybe something like knight d5. So retreating with the tempo. If bishop leaves this diagonal, then once again g2, g4 is going to be the move. Then threatening knight f6. So this is going to be fairly unpleasant for black. So after bishop e7, knight d5, it seems to be black has to play bishop g5 to keep f6 under control. And well, but in this case, it looks well, pretty awful for black. I mean, in different ways. There are different ways to execute, like rook c8, for instance, just picking up this c pawn, or even knight takes e7. And here white is already 2 pawns up, as rook c5, white is knight d6. But still, I mean, in this case, black's gonna have some chances, you know, to change those pawns to give a bishop for white couple of pawns, and then it's not particularly over, this one. e5, and black is thinking, but I'm just wondering what black is looking for. There is a... I just missed this one. There is a check on f2. This is interesting. Check on f2 and rook f5. So this way e5 pawn is hanging. e5 pawn is hanging with the check. But after white is moving her king, black cannot really... black can take. So this, once again, I'm always forgetting about this opportunity. So black takes e5, and knight g4, there is king h7, attacking white's rook. So, but that's why black is actually thinking that that's a choice between bishop e7 and rook f2. Well, okay, then rook f2, rook f5. White will have to defend this pawn. I'm not sure if... It's really interesting. I mean, knight g4 check, let's say, with the tempo, king h7, and rook c8. Once again with the tempo, attacking c7, and on bishop b6, white's gonna continue king e2, and then this rook is somewhat out of play. So this is going to be not very nice scenario for black. So in both of those games, white has very good chances to capitalize on their material advantage and just to score the full point. Well, and one more game we have under our scope today. It's Katerina versus Khanty-Mansiysk. So I'm switching to this one, because this one being so far the most complicated out of 3 remaining games. So let's find out what's going on there. So here is the position of those two, and well, what we saw was queen e4, e5, d takes, f takes, and then rook e1. So Katerina decided to play rook e1 here, h4, rook e5, rook e5, f e5, black takes g3. Well, and white king is in a bit of a danger here. So knight d4 has been played by Katerina, and Khanty-Mansiysk just took the pawn on a5. And since the position is opening up, it turns to be more and more dangerous for white. I mean, well, you know, bishop is better than the knight, especially in the open positions. So the key variation would be e6, the critical one. So e6, white is trying to move the pawn closer to promotion square, and then, well, few options for black really. Rook e7, or well, perhaps stronger would have been intermediate queen h5. But then again, white has knight f3, and black has to play queen rook e7. No, maybe check first, and then rook e7. So queen a5, knight f3 at once has been played, not letting black queen to h5. But okay, what happens if black gives this check here. What after the queen's exchange, it's gonna be black who's gonna have chances. So possibly white will move her king to h1. Then still this bishop is somewhat out of play, but black just can proceed by moving her pawns forward. But just moving her pawns forward then shouldn't be really a problem for black to hold the draw in this one. Not sure if black can play for a win. Bishop is still far away there. Maybe there is a sort of a threat. This one, queen h4, with knight g5 threat. Yeah, maybe that's what Katerina is playing for. In any case of queen e7, white's gonna capture this g3 pawn, which is quite important. But still, even there, black's gonna continue a4, a3, and it has to be enough for black to hold the draw like that. So knight f3, and it's black to move here. Kostyniuk is thinking what to do next. That's, well, obvious, because every little move is very repriseful here. So the tension is a little bit released after the time control is passed, but, well, not such a lot of time left. So 10 minutes for Katerina, for instance. So in a couple of moves we might be witnesses of a next time trouble, and this time a deadly one. So you'll not have any escape out of this. So no more increment apart from those 30 seconds per move. I'm still wondering, well, if I'm coming back a little bit in this game, and well, at the time trouble stage when they reached this position, I'm still wondering if white could have tried this queen f3 I've mentioned. The queen f3, well, somehow it looks, let's say white's advantage looks absolutely clear after this one, because the move she played in the game, which would have been still okay, but after this one, I mean, white is so stable with this knight on b3, defending not only a5 but d4, and the bishop on f8 remains passive. So I mean, might have been better this one, queen f3. So black really has to react somehow, because g7, f6 is hanging. So possibly black would have to take on f3, but then nothing black can do about rook c6 coming. So rook t8 might be. So rook c6, rook t6, but still it's quite a pressure. Rook c8, king g7, rook c1. And you can see this bishop is, well, totally passive. Then white is bringing the king somewhere to d3 or e3, jumping with the knight to c5 in the right moment. So, well, that could have been fairly unpleasant for black. And in a present position, couple of moves being made. So queen c5, check king h1, and as has been said, queen c5 is just a natural move. Well, and it would have been very nice for black, nice position for black, if not only this king would be a little bit exposed. So it's all about the king's safety there in the positions like that. The black's gonna find it hard to activate this rook. Ideally, black would prefer to swap her bishop with queen by its position, so to have bishop on c5 and queen on h6. But of course it's sort of not real. This bishop is sort of stuck on h6, and well, not that easy to relocate it properly. Meanwhile, as I've been mentioning earlier, queen h4 is a sort of an unpleasant threat. So queen h4, and white's gonna be threatening knight g5. So a5 has been played, and as I said, queen h4 is a possibility. Then g3 is gonna be hanging. Well, just a second. So queen h4, g3 is gonna be hanging, and g5, knight g5 is the threat. So black's gonna be practically forced to play queen e7, and then white captures on g3. That's a question, yeah, that this looks more or less forced if white chooses to play queen h4. And it's a question if after a4, which is, well, just a natural move, if white can hope for some attack here. Well, rook e4, for instance, a3 takes rook h4 doesn't really look too realistic. As okay, a2 is the only only trap to fall into, because after that, well, actually even here I'm not sure about this. So rook h6, and of course if black takes, it's a mate from h3, but even here king g8, and white will have to stop this a pawn, queen e1, and it might be just acceptable for black, you know. Maybe, well, what a tricky line that is. So rook h7 takes on h7, queen h7, then king g1 loses to queen a7, so white will have to play knight h2, and this pawn on a2 shouldn't be underestimated. So I believe after queen b7, it's actually white who has to fight for a draw. Not sure if white's gonna be successful here. So, well, it just means that after a4, those naughty tricks with rook e4, well, I can hardly believe it's gonna work. And instead, well, white just have to keep her position solid somehow. Yeah, queen h4 was played, so this is what I'm telling. Queen h4, more or less forced. As well, black has not a lot of options at her disposal. Knight g5 is the threat, so queen e7 seems natural. And after queen g3, a4, the game is going to continue. Well, meanwhile, let us switch to Shahok with Stefanova one more time. So as I said, I will be cruising around those 3 games remaining. Just a second. No, not that one. Pardon me. So Shahok with Stefanova. Here we are. So king f3. Well, we've seen this one. That's right. So rook c2, king f3, and Antonetta didn't play king f8, but instead went for this short line. So check, king e4, rook g3, but it looks too slow. e6, rook takes g2, and it's white to move. And I believe white is very close to win this one. So the simplest actually looks rook f7, king g8. I don't see any other move. And then just, well, okay, maybe you cannot move the b pawn right straight away, but just to support it with the king, like king d5, rook p2, king c4, don't like so much. No, just a second. King g8, what else we can do? Yeah, this construction is actually still stable. Well, how about that? p5, rook p2, rook p7. And if black insists on promoting f-pawn by playing check and playing f3, white may have some mating treats after king g6. Well, this looks very close. This one looks very close. So king g6, rook b8 is the threat. And after rook f4, knight d7 seemed to finish the game off. Well, not sure though. Knight d7, there is bishop e7. So still not over. And after this check... well, yeah, that's it. That's it. Check and bishop f8, e7. Here we go. So, well, the actual position is that one. Black took on g2, and white is thinking which piece is to capture on f7. And once again, a bit of... Well, still, she's got enough time, but... Well, I don't really believe in taking with the pawn. But it might be the case as well. Not sure what Stefanova prepared against this one, actually. So perhaps bishop e7 is her hope. Yeah, looks like she's hoping for a bishop e7 trick. Then if rook e7, here we go with the check, and this rook falls. Yeah, check and rook e7, and it's actually black who is better. So, but not such a complicated calculation. So ef7, bishop e7, and it looks like white has no chance to defend this pawn. Looks like white has no chance to defend this pawn, and well, the basic knowledge of endgame, I would say, rook f7, cutting the king to the back rank, of course is desirable. So check and rook b7. No, I said first we're planning b5, but maybe just rook b7 at once. Yeah, rook b7 at once seems to be strong as well, keeping a lot of options for white. So king f5 sometimes, or still marching with b pawn. Well, nice picture here. So, well, Stefanova is known to be a fighter. If there is a chance at the position, she's going to go for it. So rook g2, and well, still white is thinking. But I don't see, as I said, I don't see much of a chance here after rook f7. And okay, let us say b5. So if black doesn't react, so the pawn will arrive to b7, after which the game is just over. So black has to play rook b2, but then after rook b7, it's really hard for black. The king is still caged on g8. So this seems to be the only chance to give a check. King f5, f3, and king g6. King g6, yes, that's right. So there is a threat of mate in 1 with rook p8, so rook f4 is only move. Then white is playing knight d7. Once again, threatening rook p8. So bishop e7 is the only move. And then rook p8, bishop f8, and e7 seems to finish the game off. Well, and to my surprise, Hou decided she wants to play b5 at once. Well, that's interesting. But I don't think it's going to be too much difference if black plays rook b2. Still white has to take on f7. Still white has to take on f7 with the rook and then return. Well, just possibly, maybe she has in her mind something like b6. And then, yes, then the threat is to take on f7 with a check and settle the pawn to b7. So maybe this b5 is actually stronger. So as I said, rook f7 seems winning to me, but maybe b5 is just a little nice piece of techniques for b5. And if rook b2, now, well, as far as I understand that, if rook b2, then rook f7 leads us to the same line I've been mentioning earlier. But maybe b6 is what Xiaoxu has in her mind. So, I mean, the difference being, if black gives a check, so then, okay, maybe king goes to d5, and, well, there is no f3, there is no nothing, and then white's gonna take on f7 with a rook. So, in this case, after b6, well, I don't know what to do for black. So, I mean, black can try rook b5, but then in this case, rook f7 and b7, it is not, knight is untouchable, pawn is not going anywhere. Yeah, so it's, well, looks hopeless for Stefanova. After all, yes, it looks fairly hopeless. So, well, then back to Kosintseva's game once again, because I believe Pachimek made her mind, choosing between those two continuations I've mentioned. And Kosintseva is thinking now, so well, so switching to Kosintseva and Pachimek to Shintugs. Well, this is interesting. Black actually found the third option, of which I never actually thought about. And, well, this is interesting. Yeah, that's right. e5, so black found a third option. Not such a complicated one, but a nice one. So rook c1 check, king e2, and rook c3. So this time, first king was lured on e-file, and then black captures the pawn. So as far as I can understand, black's idea is on g4, black is gonna give this check. Well, king goes somewhere, I don't know, d1 for instance. Rook takes on h4, which threatens g5, mate in 1. Black's gonna play bishop e3. And white can indeed win the piece here, but not the game. So g5, bishop g5. Well, this is interesting. Yeah, so I mean, this one is definitely a draw. You can still play on with a knight, but it's definitely going to be a draw. And well, you can see it's 2 minutes left for Tatiana Kosintseva. She's desperately looking for a way to win this game. Well, so rook c3. What could be another option for white? Well, I'm thinking about something crazy, like, oh well, once again this one doesn't work. So I always want to give some fork here. Let's say king d2, but after rook e3, this fork brings nothing because black counterattacks the rook. Yeah, that's right. So, rook c3, as I said, probably the straightforward g4 is the case. Then check, king. For some reason I would prefer d1, just not to run under the check. So rook e5, h4, bishop e3 once again, forced, and, well, not much white can do this here. So g5. Well, actually, Tatiana played a different move. Knight g4 check, but maybe just winning a couple of seconds. Yeah, check on g4, then check back. Now, meanwhile, to g5, bishop g5. Then there is a check available. Well, pardon me. So that's a current situation. Now g4, but maybe white's gonna just give check back and then think, because I don't believe she's not going to try for a win. Now king h7 was played. Yes, knight f6, king h6. Only move according to chess rules. And well, no, I mean, I don't believe she's not gonna try for a win. And g4 has been played. Yeah, that's right. So g4, check on e3, king d1, as I said. Rook takes. And well, I'm trying to spot anything else but h4, but well, I couldn't. So h4, bishop e3. Here's the try. So g5, bishop g5, knight g4, check. King goes there. Knight takes. King g8, h takes, but then after king g7, f6 is coming, and well, it's a draw once again. So the best she can do is probably after bishop g5 is to take on g5, rook g5, and then somehow hoping to, well, collect all those pawns one after the other, and well, to somehow put the problems with rook and knight versus rook. Well, hardly realistic, I would like to say. So, rook e5 and well, rook e3 first. Rook e3. What could be? Could it be any? Well, any ideas for white? So white has to make it forced. Okay, I don't know if king f1 is gonna be any better. So rook takes here, h4, then g5 is a threat. So bishop e3. Put, well, the knight already takes part into this mating net. The rook takes part. So the only piece which could have helped is the king. But how to help with the king? I just don't see. King d1 she plays. So rook e3 she plays king d1. Black is taking on e5. h4. Bishop e3. Once again, only move. Only move. And what else can we do? I mean, for white, but well, white has to play g5. Well, it's well. The interesting fact is that black cannot really escape from this mating net. So white is in no hurry to win this piece, but at the same time, it's hard to imagine white breaking through with the king. So yeah, that's right. So it looks like a draw. It looks like a draw, but it's 40 seconds for Tatiana Kosintseva. So it's, well, let's stay focused on this one just to find out what's going on. Because those couple of moves going to be crucial. Well, I believe objectively it's already a draw, but well, you know, when seconds are running, you can do anything. I don't know if she's not going to go for something crazy. Well, it's hard to imagine though, but well, she played king c2, as I said. But black might just roll with her pawns like c5, for instance. I don't see much of a trouble. Well, the depressing fact for black, so she can never play for a win, because both rook and bishop have to keep an eye on g5. But at the same time, well, it's hard to say if white can make any progress, as I said. Well, perhaps b4 is also possible, just to stop this p4 and rook p5. Well, in this case, maybe that is what Kosintseva is looking for. Then she's going to play this, take the bishop, and play some rook c1, and as I said, trying to collect all those pawns and to try a little bit with knight and rook versus rook. So c5 was played, keeping both pawns together. c5 was played, and Tatiana will be playing for with seconds on the clock. Well, so let's wait for couple of more for two more moves. Let's say. Well, g5 has been played. So now it's going to clarify it. Bishop g5. Then, well, okay. What white can do here? But to take on g5, yeah, nothing else. Well, but it's hardly possible she's just planning to take on g5, exchange everything, and I mean to win this pawn just to finish the game with a draw. That's highly probable as well. So after all, it's not clear if white's tries for a win are anyway justified. So H5, then Rook G5. Well, just for a second, I don't know if any other games are finished. Let me find out. Stefanova is lost. Now I can confirm Stefanova is completely lost against Zhao Xu, and Ushenina vs Kostyniuk is still somewhat unclear. So, well, so we progressed further, and well, in a couple of minutes I expect a draw to be agreed in this game. King G4, Knight C5, so nothing to play for, though. Knight will gonna be given for this F pawn, F5, Knight D3 or King C3, whatever you like. Knight E6 even. So F4 she's planning to take, and there are going to be 2 kings left on the board after a couple of moves. So this game is going to be drawn, and now I believe, well, I'm allowed to say so. So, well, game is still in progress, but, well, she's going to take on F4, yeah, that's obvious. So, being a bit superstitious, I thought maybe it's not good before the game, but now I can safely announce Tatiana has a birthday today, so we will have her press conference live, and, well, you'll see yourself. So a little present, a little surprise for a player. So, well, the most important gift she couldn't bring to herself. So she had good winning chances, but overall it's a draw. Well, so let's take a sneak peek of other 2 games remaining, and Stefanova, just can assure you it's lost for Stefanova, and let's visit the other game, Kostyniuk with Ushenina, which is still in progress, and still I'm not certain what's going on, but any second we're going to be off for a press conference of Tatiana Kosintseva. So at the bottom right you can see the current situation in Ushenina with Kostyniuk. So at the bottom right you can see, yeah, that's right, so Tatiana is leaving for a press conference. Yeah, our player who has birthday today. So bottom right is Ushenina with Kostyniuk. Well, once again, draw is highly probable. A2 is, well, I'm not sure if black is not losing her A2 pawn. I'm not quite sure if black is not losing her A2 pawn. Alexandra did something strange, so this rook remains passive. On Queen A7, White can play Rook A7, Rook A1. Oh yes, and then Rook E7, Rook A2, and Queen E3. Yeah, that is going to be. That also looks like a draw. Well, we can see our chief arbiter signed the score sheets. So more or less defined anything in our today's round is. So Stefanova is still desperately fighting, but looks completely lost against Zhao Xu. So, as I said, we are still watching the girls, but any single moment we might be off for a press conference of Tatiana Kosintseva and Bartlomiej Shintugs. So here is the position of Ushenina with Kostyniuk. Don't know what's going on with the time. Yeah, both are probably pretty much short on time today. Well, yeah, Rook E7 should be just enough to secure a draw. should be just enough to secure a draw for Alexandra Kostyniuk. Well, I mean, I don't see if any side can try for a win. The rook a2, queen e3 is coming, and there might be still some difficulties, but not really. Well, so okay, we're removing the board and just gonna wait. Well, so you can see now, so I'm off and there is a live press conference.
Все, пойдем. Теперь у нас прям сразу начинается пресс-конференция, только и к работе сразу. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, once again I will say it in English. We are very happy that today Tanya has a birthday, and our congratulations. I'm sure all chess fans around the world will be also happy to congratulate her. And but still, it was a difficult day. You had to play your game, and what can you say about this game today? Actually, when you play the game during your birthday, is it a bit difficult? Is it something special, some special day for you? Когда вот как бы получается, что приходится играть партию в день своего рождения, то есть тяжелее или нет?
Да я бы не сказала, то есть как обычный день, то есть я играю в турнире, то есть не первый раз встречаю день рождения на турнире, поэтому уже, то есть как бы отношусь как к обычному дню, также подготовка была, то есть также точно играла. Партия сложная, действительно очень получилась.
So for me, it's just normal day. It's not the first time I have to play the game during my birthday, so I was just trying to take it normally. There was just normal game, but okay, it was very difficult game today. Complicated.
Да, мне казалось, что по дебюту, в принципе, у меня получилось достаточно удачно.
I think after the opening I had quite a good position. It was successful opening.
То есть, не знаю, мне кажется, может быть, слон d6, определенная неточность. С другой стороны, белые где-то d4 готовят.
Maybe bishop d6 was not really precise. But white want to play d4.
После слон d6, конь d2, мне кажется, достаточно выгодная. Конь c4, конь e3 сейчас, то есть неприятная связка, непонятно, как развязаться, если не h5, то черным надо что-то делать в свою очередь, потому что белые ладья e1, d4 будут готовить.
So I think it's kind of unpleasant pin also for black with this knight f6, and also I'm planning to play knight c4, bishop, knight e3, and black should play g5 somewhere to get rid of this pin.
Ну да, ну вот здесь как бы я начала, я здесь считала разные варианты, слон e5 был ход.
Here I was calculating different variations. One of the principles move was bishop e5.
Тут мне не понравилось слон e5, конь e5, конь f4.
I didn't like knight f4 after these moves.
То есть как-то конь и пешка провисла, на конь df3 играть, если f6. Теперь на ферзь b3 слон e6 есть, поэтому надо конь g4, h5. Не знаю, если конь e3, то на d3 съедает, если конь e6, король h7. То есть я не могла понять, то есть оценить эту позицию, мне казалось, конь f4 достаточно сильный.
And I thought knight f4 was quite strong. So we will ask also Chimi about the opening, what happened today, and does she agree this bishop d6 maybe was a little bit not precise?
Right, probably, but I mean, I didn't see any other options here at this moment, so I decided to go with this g5 and knight h5. Yeah, I saw the same variation as Tanya did. I mean, this if she took on e5, then I was planning to play knight e4, and then I thought it's quite okay for black. I mean, it's normal, but yeah, and then later this position was also very complicated.
Нужно сказать, что действительно...
I thought this position is okay for black. I mean, and now you're taking on d3, so knight on f4 is okay, placed well.
Нужно сказать, что слон d6 действительно может быть и не очень точно, но с другой стороны я не видела, что делать в этот момент, то есть пошла на эту позицию. Тот вариант, который показывает Татьяна после взятия на e5 я видела, собиралась тоже ходить конь f4. Вот. Дальше партия была очень сложной.
Да, поэтому конь c4, b5, здесь как бы я тоже думала, конь d6 может пойти, cd, d4 сразу.
I was thinking maybe knight d6 and d4 immediately.
Knife.
Тут можно конь h2, например. Конь на h5 провисает пока, то есть сыграть на слабость короля попытаться.
Knight h2, trying to use the weakness of the king.
Knight
Position.
g3 and gh.
Ну да, здесь, наверное, ферзь h5, ферзь e5 есть ход. То есть, может быть, и не получается.
It doesn't work. Difficult to say.
Мне кажется, конь e3 нормальный ход.
I think knight h3 is normal move.
А, здесь я еще точнее считала конь d6, cd, конь e5 ход.
Also was calculating this variation.
То есть мне казалось, конь h3, конь h4, пытаться как-то на коне h3 сыграть, но мне кажется, то, что должно найтись у черных. То есть если конь h5, там вариант конь h6, король h7, ферзь h5, ладья h8, там конь f7. То есть 3 пешки как минимум есть, но здесь, наверное, надо h5, да, конь e3, нет, может быть конь h2.
Конь, ну как конь e4,
Конь f5,
что?
да.
Как это?
Конь e4, да e просто здесь ферзь h5 грозит, как-то на d6 слабость.
Конь h5 is a threat in this position. d6 is weakness.
Let's see. Конь knight on e5.
Да.
Go take. You need to take, huh? And then knight.
То есть, не знаю, как бы не досчитал этот вариант. Может быть, тут у белых что-то было.
I didn't check it till the end, but maybe white had something here.
Да, ну, в принципе, партия, мне кажется, тоже неплохо получилась. Конь f4, a4.
I think it was also good in how it happened in the game.
Ладья b8. Может быть, еще слон, на слон d7, в принципе, то же самое. d4 я планировала играть.
I was planning to play d4 after bishop d7.
Слон b, d4. Мне казалось, что здесь у белых должно быть получше за счет слабого короля, поле f5. Но, может, где-то не точно сыграно.
I think white should have a bit better position because of white squares, weakness of white squares.
Конь f5, наверное, надо ходить. Слон f5, конь f5. Может быть, здесь ферзь f3 отступить точнее, чем ферзь b3 было.
Maybe I should have played queen f3 here instead of queen b3.
Bishop d2. Oh, what is it? What is thinking? Bishop d2.
Bishop d2, слон, bishop f4.
After bishop d2, bishop f4.
Take gf, yeah?
d2, конь, слон f4.
Gf. Or maybe like bishop c4 also fine too. Okay.
Well,
Yeah, then at some point, I mean, maybe I shouldn't have played bishop b4. I'm not sure. I was thinking bishop b5 right away, and then I thought, okay, why not to play bishop b4? And at this time, we were both in time trouble. Well, I mean,
Было мало времени в
had
этот
to
момент,
make a quick decision.
и надо было делать быстрые решения принимать.
Yeah, I was thinking here to play bishop b5. That's what I was planning.
На самом деле здесь я думала, планировала пойти слон e5.
ну, здесь может быть слон бит f4, игра слон f4, ферзь h5.
Может быть здесь, maybe here bishop b4, queen h5.
Тут игра e6, хотя вряд ли, наверное. Можешь не торопиться со взятием, то есть ферзь c2 пока пойти.
Maybe here queen c2.
Then I can just take on b2 maybe.
Слон b2, есть ход.
or not. Maybe I was thinking some kind of, maybe first to protect some type of.
Ну да, наверное, слон e5 было поплотнее.
Yeah, maybe bishop e5 was stronger in this position.
Да, здесь после ферзь b3, я думаю, не точность, да, ферзь слон c5.
Queen b3 is not precise.
Здесь я сначала хотела ладья e2 пойти.
I was thinking to play rook e2 here. First.
То есть, не знаю, может быть, такой ход мне что-то показался, что возможен в какой-то момент.
Yes, I was also thinking, sorry.
Да?
Yeah, I was calculating this.
So this move is possible after queen e5.
Well, I mean,
Ладья f1, то есть,
like, rook d2.
может быть, ничего страшного.
Yeah, it shouldn't be bad.
Yeah, who's playing forward in this position?
Да, непонятно.
But the pawn on e4 wasn't so well placed, so maybe rook f3, the way he played, rook c3 was fine. Yeah, here. I don't know, I had some choices here, I mean, what was it? Also maybe bishop d4 I thought, but then I'm just gonna take on knight d4.
Может быть, слон d4, но здесь ты можешь взять на d4.
Well, yeah, not sure.
Здесь мне казалось c5 надо ходить, c5, c4.
Here I thought black should play c5 and c4.
Ну там, допустим, ладья f3 такая же игра, как в партии.
For example, same as in the game rook f3.
Now it's a little bit difficult to defend the f4 pawn, so...
Сейчас сложно защищать пешку f4 в этой позиции.
Then this h4 was coming.
Да, h4.
Well, now my bishop is not doing anything, just hiding behind on b6.
И мой слон
right?
ничего не делает, и как бы стоит только лишь за пешкой.
So I think I should have played bishop e5. I mean, before.
This
I mean,
was this
instead
moment.
of bishop e4, yeah.
То есть важный момент был слон e5 все-таки пойти вместо слон b4.
Ну вот здесь вот, наверное, ладья f3 ошибка была.
I think rook f3 was a mistake here.
Ладья h4 был ход, не знаю.
Maybe rook h4 was a move.
Bishop g5, no? No, queen g5.
Хорошо, 5, ферзь c3.
Bishop d4. Oh, yeah.
Maybe bishop f2, rook d2. Okay, not working, rook h5, yes.
Oh, here? Oh, yeah, you played bishops. Okay. Yeah, maybe this is
Тут, правда,
better.
ладья g5, может быть, ладья f5 грозит. То есть, на самом деле, непонятно, слон сильный на b6, какие-то угрозы сохраняются. Фигуры немного запутались у белых.
Black bishop on b6 is quite strong still, and there are some threats all the time.
f3, ферзь f5, да, здесь ладья на d2. То есть ферзь e2, ладья d2 угрозы появляются. Может быть, здесь надо было
There are some
пойти.
threats of rook d2, queen g2.
g3 сыграть как-то.
Maybe g3 was a move to play instead.
Okay, maybe so. Bishop, you mean queen d2? Okay, rook g6, then I should play how?
Ферзь f6 грозит.
Yeah, rook g6. G6, yeah.
Ферзь b5.
Yeah, I mean, I gave a free pawn on f4. just gave the pawn, so there should be something for white. But I was trying to find, do some compensation, during the game.
То есть какая-то компенсация.
Сказать, что я отдала, по сути, пешку на e4, то есть нужно было здесь уже искать какую-то компенсацию.
Ну да, то есть после ладья g3, ферзь d2, то есть уже непонятно. На f2 висит. Фигуры активные, то есть как-то...
Здесь было ощущение, что что-то упустило.
Да, что тут уже позиция неясная, даже несмотря на пешку, то есть тут какие-то... Слон на b6 сильный остался.
I think here after rook g3 position is unclear after queen d2 because bishop b6 is quite strong.
Может быть, здесь ладья d2 сразу был ход. Хотя ладья d2, ладья f3, наверное.
Yes, that's right.
Ладья d2, ладья f3, да, все правильно, вот как в партии.
I was also thinking h4 and maybe to play rook d2 was correct, maybe, right? I mean, right away rook d2 instead of rook g3.
Может быть, ладья d2 был лучший ход.
Or maybe just take on rook d3 and then h4 and then rook d2. I mean, somehow there was this kind of like mating net was at the end.
Чувство, где-то здесь есть матовая сеть в конце.
Yeah, I should have played in this order, I guess. I was also rushed.
So how do you estimate this endgame? I mean, both of you. Is it already?
No, it's not. It's not clear. It's just later on. I think there was a winning chance for white, of course. I mean,
Позиция неясная, но скорее всего с шансами у белых на выигрыш.
Yeah, but I should have played this h4 and then rook d2. Probably that was correct move.
Поэтому вместо этого нужно было все-таки h4 пойти и ладья d2, то есть вот это был правильный порядок ходов, как мне кажется.
Вот здесь вот, то есть, казалось бы, думала еще король h6 может под шах не попадать.
Maybe king h6 was better not to, because otherwise I give check.
Но после короля h7, то есть я уже не нашла в какой-то момент. Казалось, матовая сеть, за счет матовой сети белые могут тут. Правда, на e5 не слон e7 тоже я не особо нравился ход.
I had feeling there is mating net here, but okay, still couldn't find. After e5 there is bishop b7 also.
Вариант был эншпиль вроде слон f6, ef, ладья c3, h5, король h5. h6 хода нет, ладья f3 пока, потом король e2. Там ладья h3, например, то есть контролирует h6 прорыв черный, а тут вроде ничего нет. На слон e7, конь h4 можно пойти, король h7, ладья b8. То есть как-то так, спешка, но скорее всего здесь ничья за счет проходной c. Черная.
Here it looks like a draw because of postpone c.
Вот здесь, да, интересная позиция получилась, то есть как бы...
Here we have interesting position. Где-то такое чувство, что где-то здесь, в этот момент, где-то нужно было точно сыграть или...
Ну вот я что-то не нашла, да, не поняла тут, как сделать матовую сеть, то есть я смотрела ход.
Just trying to find mating net here, so I was looking for some different moves.
Здесь конь d5.
Yeah.
Конь d5, да, конь d5, король h7 мне не нравился ход.
I didn't like king h7 after knight d5.
Ну там шах.
Okay, maybe, yeah. Just to kind of like activate the king and then trying to make the mate again, something like that. I thought, but
Looks like knight and rook is not enough, so maybe one more piece. But Okay, how?
Ну да, непонятно.
Карта короля, ну как его?
Как бы, может, с h4 начать было хода.
Then bishop e7.
Bishop e7,
Rook c5.
rook c5. Ну да, тоже не складывается.
So it doesn't work.
Ну, здесь может еще король f1, отступить ладья e5, конь d7.
There was another chance to play king f1.
Yeah, then okay, so I have to-
Ладья, ладья h5, ладья...
Can't I play rook d5 here?
Тут я думала так, но это тоже ничего, да, скорее всего.
I think it's also
Это
draw
как бы
here.
ничья, да. То есть как бы это ничья тоже, да, получается. Ну, то есть не знаю, может быть компьютер здесь надо смотреть. Позиция сложная, времени уже мало осталось.
Maybe computer will find a move here, but okay, there was not much time, so finished in a draw. I see there is question.
Tatiana, first, Stone Roslenia for your birthday. Happy birthday for today. You mentioned at the start that you don't, it's nothing unusual for you to play on your birthday. So, will you be celebrating tonight or will you wait until the rest day?
То есть на самом деле ты сказал, что для тебя нормально играть в твой день рождения, но вообще что ты собираешься делать вечером? Как-то все-таки отметить или это будет просто обычный день?
Да нет, обычный день, то есть как подготовка к завтрашнему туру завтра, то есть отмечать уже по окончании турнира, то есть обычная практика, то есть да, часто день рождения выпадает на турнир, то есть как бы во время турнира я стараюсь сконцентрироваться на игре, а потом уже буду отмечать как-то.
No, today it's a regular day because I have to prepare for my next game, but it's a very normal practice to celebrate my birthday after the end of the tournament. Okay.
So welcome back for a live coverage of the third round. Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Well, and while we had a press conference, one more game finished today, and that was a draw between ex-world champions Anna Ushenina and Alexandra Kostyniuk. This little advantage of black proved to be not enough, and the only game remaining under our scope is game between Zhao Xu of China and Antonetta Stefanova. And well, while we had a press conference, a lot of things happened in this game, and I believe at some certain point Zhao Xu missed a clear win and well got nervous perhaps, and current situation on the board seems absolutely harmless for Stefanova. It's a rook endgame with only one extra pawn, and well, I don't see much of a chance. Don't see much of a chance for for white to win this one. So I'm switching on the board of this one just for a second. So here we are. Don't know if we're gonna give the board. No, we don't have technical ability at the moment. So an arbiter, Anastasia Sorokina, is also a little bit tired of today's round, but she's watching carefully what's going on the board. So here is the current situation there, and if well, it's only 1 minute per player, so I'm not really coming further back in this game. Just one position somewhere around here. It definitely has to be winning. So rook g2, b5, king f8, And well, rook f7, it has to be winning for sure. I mean, this one just might had to be a little bit more careful, but maybe just winning this f pawn earlier, because well, this certainly looks like well winning on a spot, but after king d5 f3 and this pawn which looked doomed all of a sudden plays a role and saves the day for black. And also this knight e4 doesn't seem to be a good idea. Rook b6, and well, when I was observing this game I thought maybe this one would win for white, but I'm not sure. I mean, king d8 and probably it's not enough. Yeah, so switching back to the game, so that's the current situation here. Rook a6, rook f7, king g6 and rook f1 back. Well, then black wants to put the king to f8. Well, check on a7, tricky check on a7. Those rook endgames are still tricky, you know, so it's not that easy. But as long as you keep king close to this corner, nothing bad's gonna happen. It's always gonna be a million of checks from the first rank. So check king e7, and then white's progressing with h6. But then it's just a task to give this check. Oh well. I'm not quite sure what's happened, but wait a second. So this one is definitely a draw. I'm pretty much certain about that. But after rook e7 and rook f8 and this check on a7, I'm not sure anymore. So perhaps king e6 was not the only move to save the game. If I'm not missing. No, I mean after king f8 I just understood. Yeah, it's a crush of Stefanova's hopes. King a8 check, king e7 h6, and then after this check king went to f5. And the problem there is that black cannot really stop yet. Another check and king goes to e5. And white's gonna crawl back with the king to d2. So, well, now white is winning once again. So white's gonna crawl with the king back. And eventually black's gonna have to play rook h1 and then h7 wins. Because of this tactical trick, rook a7. So that's so unlucky. Well, I'm coming back once again, so nothing to look at. Stefanova will regret the mistake she made, but cannot really save this one. How about well? So king f5, yeah, indeed. No, I mean, I just thought about rook f7, but it's still h7 which wins. Yeah, it's still h7 which wins for white. Yes, so unlucky. So and this moment, as I said, so f3, and somehow black has got an excellent chance to escape. So after a couple of moves, black found nothing better than to go for this rook endgame. So rook b1, king e7, and okay, so rook back, and this definitely has to be a draw. Check, king g6, and here I'd say much more technical would have been just to give this check. This is what amazes me. I mean, just to give this check, and well, and just stand still with this rook, and I don't see any single chance for white to win. I mean, the king is caught, so king h7. Well, black can do whatever he wants. To even just moving the rook here, and if king comes to g-file, just move the king back. So she was definitely, in this moment, she was just one move away from a draw. So just keeping giving these checks. But I believe it's nothing wrong with king e6. What happened? And actually the game is finished, as you can see. So there was nothing wrong with king e6 as well. But somewhere later, she just committed a decisive mistake. So we don't need the board anymore, I believe that's right. The round is over. And, well, once again, no wins for black. So white extends their lead. It's +2 for white today. It's Hou Yifan who won against Naiditsch, and now he's full point ahead of few players actually. Yeah, so on Muzychuk is on +1 and Su is on +1 against 2. So 2 more players, 1 point ahead than Hou Yifan in a clear lead. Well, and so unlucky Stefanova who's fighting like a lion and then just... So we are back to a press conference of Alexandra Kostyniuk meanwhile, and I'm off and coming back tomorrow.
Made this position with just general criteria. It seems that position is sharp and concrete, so maybe somebody could win it at one point, but okay, hard to say. Анна, как у тебя ощущения в партии?
Ну,
то есть вот это вот чувство, что где-то упущен вот этот момент.
Ну, как обоюдная игра, там, конечно, черные зевнули, там пошли конь f4, там f6, ну, потом я зевнула.
So first, let's say black blundered, then I blundered, so both sides were playing. That was interesting game as well. Спасибо за комментарий. Если вопрос, пожалуйста.
В Ханты-Мансийске выдалась очень затяжная такая зима, бодренькая. Как на ваше самочувствие повлияло это? Ну, тяжелее играть, сложнее играть, когда высокие перепады давлений? И, возможно, такой вопрос, где вам удобнее всего играть в плане ощущений, самочувствия? Или, может быть, в какой-то географической точке Земли бы вы хотели поиграть в шахматы?
Yeah, here in Khanty-Mansiysk we have actually quite long winter, and how do you feel during these times when the pressure is going down and back, and the temperature also goes down? And what is the most comfortable place for you to play in the world?
Ну, конечно, в апреле хочется более весеннюю погоду. То есть, когда вчера смотришь на прогноз погоды и видишь, что -12, и вроде бы 10 апреля на календаре, то остается только радоваться, что мы играем в помещении. Вот, поэтому, ну, на самом деле, прекрасная зима стоит в Ханты-Мансийске. Я вчера нашла лыжную трассу, была очень довольна. Вот. А насчет места могут быть разные. На самом деле шахматы тема прекрасна, что они дарят нам возможность попутешествовать и посмотреть мир, и сыграть в абсолютно уникальных местах. Для меня, наверное, самым таким особенным, интересным местом, где я играла, это был Мачу-Пикчу. Мы играли прямо в городе инков. Был такой показательный матч в Перу, и это было очень интересно. А так играется по-разному. То есть хорошо там, где хорошо играется. А почему мы иногда играем хорошо, иногда плохо, это, к сожалению, неизвестно. И мы стараемся найти.
Actually, I should say, yes, that today it's 10th of April, and here we have still winter. We are in the middle of winter here, and when you see -12 on the broadcast, somehow it's really not usual, and we can still just be happy that we should play inside, not outside. And but okay, we are here. We have winter, and I was walking yesterday, found some.
Ski slopes, ski stadium.
Ski stadium, yes, and I was happy to find it. And okay, there are so many different and nice places to go, and chess actually is a good sport because it gives us this great opportunity to travel. And I can mention one great tournament in Peru, in the
Machu-Picchu, yes, special place.
Special place, was a special place for me to play.
Ну, в принципе, для меня нету таких каких-то любимых мест, где там я играю лучше всего или хуже всего. В принципе, мне всегда нравится играть в России, потому что это такая страна очень богатая, с богатой культурой, и я себя чувствую тут комфортно.
I don't have really some special places where I play better or worse, but I must say that I like to play in Russia. It's a very different, interesting country with a rich culture, so I enjoy playing here.
Khanty-Mansiysk has hosted many a tournament here of a world-class caliber. The FIDE president has said that it's the mecca of chess. Do you agree with his comments?
В Ханты-Мансийске проходит множество турниров, и вот FIDE-президент сказал, что это шахматная мекка. Вы согласны с этим комментарием?
Well, we definitely should agree, because in the last few years we've seen many chess tournaments, starting from different local events, Russian cups, and then going to Olympiad and World Cups. So definitely Khanty-Mansiysk has become a very special point for chess players, very special place for chess players.
Нам нужно согласиться, действительно, это шахматная мекка. Мы здесь видели множество турниров, и Кубки мира, и Олимпиаду. И, конечно же, это как бы столица шахматной.
Ну, конечно же, трудно найти другой такой город, в котором проводится столько много шахматных соревнований в последнее время. Конечно, Ханты-Мансийск очень сильно развивается в этом плане.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to find in the world another place where so many different events are happening. So, Khanty-Mansiysk is developing.
Would you actually like to see the Men's World Championship be held here in Khanty-Mansiysk, as that is the only event that hasn't been held here in this great city?
Хотели бы вы увидеть в этом городе чемпионат мира среди мужчин, матч на первенство мира, собственно говоря, единственный турнир, который здесь не проходил?
Well, we're not going to take part in this event, so if it will take place, it will mean something to Khanty-Mansiysk, and we will watch closely the games. And but that's probably it's mostly the question to the organizers and to the people of Khanty-Mansiysk.
Да, в принципе, я согласна с Александром.
На самом деле, если он будет проходить в Ханты-Мансийске, как бы это хорошо, но мы в этом турнире принимать участие не будем. То есть это скорее вопрос для организаторов этого турнира, Ханты-Мансийска. Окей, thank you very much. Because I understand the game was very long, and can you just explain something, some important points, some key moments?
Okay.
Okay, this opening we had to play maybe 2 years ago, and not only change move, play the take pawn. Last game, she play.
Play something like A5, A4, something like this. Yeah.
Yeah. 97 first,
Yeah.
A5. Yeah, but I don't like the take. Maybe I'm better. I think during the after opening, I think better is a little better.
Okay, normal variation, supposed to be, but also I could not remember the theory, and I was just thinking so long and start playing some strange moves like G5 and stuff like that, and then I was completely lost, and then somehow it became completely draw.
Completely draw. Yes, I
and
agree
then
with you. Yes.
in the last moment, instead to
you
play.
have to play King E6. It's draw ending.
Yeah, or I have to play just Rook D1 when you went back Rook H6.
Yeah, we showed this, let's say, moments where it was possible to...
Where it was. Okay, here
Rook
should be
F6,
draw.
very bad. This move.
But what else can you play? No, but here instead of check, I should play just Rook D1.
King D6, maybe some chance. King will be on the king side. Rook F6, very bad. Rook B7, maybe King D6.
Check.
And King E5.
Check and take on H5.
And Rook A2.
Rook A2, yeah? No, so King D6. No, but King D6, Rook B6 check. King E5.
Yeah, I have some
now,
chance.
I don't know. If I just go Rook B1, you will go now Rook F6 or what?
Yeah, King F6.
King
and
F6.
then maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but okay.
Yeah,
how we
after
play
it's a complete draw. Very bad idea.
Okay,
I don't know how to win here.
Okay, if you go H6, it just checks and then Rook H1, and here, I had to go just Rook D1 probably and just draw. And okay, also after it should be draw, but somehow, when you are low on time and bad position the whole game, somehow I panicked here, maybe.
Yeah, here is a key move. King D6, it's
King D6, But also here, I don't know, instead of Rook F7, just Rook G1, Rook G6, Rook F1 should be also drawn.
H6?
Sorry?
Rook G1, Rook G6, Rook F1, H6.
Yes.
Rook F7, King H8.
Yes.
And I will do some...
Rook F8, check.
King H7.
Check on F7.
Rook G7.
King F8, I don't know. Should be draw.
Should be draw. I don't know. King G6, some.
Rook G1. No. H7, yeah. And H7, Rook G1, and check, and take on just.
Yes, maybe it's draw as well.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah, I understand. Okay,
thank you very much.
Is that her car?
Yes.